Okay. Good morning, ladies and gents. How's it going? How's it going? Camera's not on, huh? Well, let me try turning it off and on again. We'll try that. Can you tell things are going well today? Maybe. Did that work? Hey, there we go. That was weird. Oh, hello. Yeah, starting the Monday strong for real. I don't know why. When I did the pre-show test, it was working fine. I don't know what the deal is. Hi everybody. I'm feeling better. I'm better. As you can tell, I have more of a voice now. I am doped up on Dayquil and decongestants and stuff, so I am like still technically sick, but I'm doing better. But man, I was sick as a dog for a little bit. I'll tell you what, I was a bit of a mess. Hi. You just want to be on camera? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Finley's in here too. He's back there. He's just chilling. Been waiting so long. Yeah, so I guess I should clarify. Friday we were gonna stream, but Friday we got snowed in. We visited my family up in Wyoming, and there was like a crazy snowstorm, and all of the highways were literally shut down. Like even if you wanted to drive out and take the risk, you couldn't. Like the roads were actually shut down. They wouldn't let you because it was so dangerous. So we got stuck in Wyoming for an extra day and a half, basically. And it was nice. I mean, we got to visit with the family, but it meant that we couldn't stream on Friday. And beyond that, I mean, my voice was also just as screwed up on Friday. So we're doing better now. We've had the weekend to recover. Hi. It's good to see you. We're getting better, slowly but surely. But like probably 80% of people I know have this sickness. I don't know what it is, but like everybody's dealing with it. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. I guess when it rains, it pours. And speaking of pouring, right as we hit live, somebody jumped on the desk and knocked over a Red Bull. So the carpet's a wee bit damp. So yeah, we're hanging on. We're figuring it out. You popped up in Muda's new vid? Oh, in a good way or a bad way? Or like just in his recommended feed? I love Muda. I mean, I really like Muda. We've talked about doing collabs and stuff. We've never gotten it to like tie together, but I think eventually we'll do it. And he shares my obsession for lol cows, so I bet we can figure it out. Oh, he was talking about swatting. Oh, really? Yeah, it's crazy. I think honestly, there's a handful of people doing it. Yeah, I just need you to move your tail because it's on the keyboard. I think there's like a few people doing it. Oh, this one. Hey, don't bite the microphone. Ow, don't bite me. I love and care for you. Don't hurt me.
Gals, me Mudahar, and I'm a firm believer that if you SWAT people, you basically lie to law enforcement and get a SWAT team pulled up to somebody's house, you should be charged for attempted murder and serve a minimum sentence of 10 years, okay?
I agree. I think you should face... I think swatting should be a charge in and of itself, and then you should also get charged with attempted murder for each person caught in the crossfire. Because in my case, when this happened to me, they sent it to the wrong address. So they also got somebody completely separate from me involved in the whole thing. Like, even if you don't like me, okay, you're right. But like, you got some random dude dragged out of bed. Like, it's madness. It's absolute madness.
Now, I know there's some people watching who are like, but Muda, that seems like it's a pretty heavy punishment. And for those people, I would like to tell you to grow up. Ladies and gentlemen, swatting, for those of you who have no idea what this is, has basically been a thing that's been going on pretty much as long as internet culture has been around.
Am I crazy though? It seems like it kind of disappeared for a little bit. Maybe I just wasn't hearing about it. But it seemed like for a few years there wasn't much of anything going on. I didn't hear of any like huge streamers. I mean, I guess the big guys are always dealing with it, but it seemed like for a few years it mellowed out.
Basically, you find somebody popular on the internet, you find out that they're live streaming, and by chance, if their public, their private address is leaked out into the world, all you effectively have to do is call up a number. Again, I'm not trying to make this a guide, a Ned's Declassified school survival guide.
Yeah, it's like one of those videos describing how to do it. Yeah, like what was it? It was in I remember back when Breaking Bad was huge, there were a lot of people asking like, oh, so did you, like the actors and the writers, did you guys actually learn how to make crystal methamphetamine for the show? And the actors were like, yes, we did have a chemist from whatever university show us how to do it and what the process was. So we do know how, and the process in the show is accurate. But no, there are certain key steps they did not show you in the show, specifically because they didn't want the entire show of Breaking Bad to be like a tutorial of how to make crystal meth, because that would obviously be bad optics. And in this case, you know, it's the same thing where it's like, yeah, as I describe it, maybe this is like a tutorial, so maybe we'll keep some key parts out, but it's hard to talk about it without explaining the whole thing.
How to SWAT.
By the way, hello everybody. Hello. Hello. Brock, good to see you. Proto, Dylan, Rulers, Major, Nobody, all you guys. It's great to see you.
People, but generally people will spoof their numbers, their location. Maybe they'll sit behind a VPN, a burner Skype account, and basically pay to call local law enforcement and tell them that there could be a multitude of scary things, okay? Like a bomb threat, you know, an active shooter, all right? You know, something crazy like that. So usually when you call a 911 dispatcher and you mention that stuff, it doesn't matter if you have the most jokey attitude or whatnot. To the police dispatcher, they're just going to tell the cops, yeah, there's a fucked up shooter and there's a bomb threat or a hostage crisis is happening. So that moment in time, they don't send Bill and Ted the cops over. They send a goddamn SWAT team, ladies and gentlemen. Now, SWAT agents are kind of like counter-terrorist units. Like they're...
And I should also clarify this. I didn't know this at the time I made my initial video, but apparently when all this happened at that old address and, you know, the initial SWAT team showed up, not only did they shut down all of the streets within that old neighborhood, so people were like trapped in their homes and stuff, but also they put all of the local schools on lockdown. So like there's an elementary school, maybe half a mile or a mile from that old address. They were all locked down, had all the kids like squatted under their school desks because they didn't know if this crazed person was going to start going on a rampage. Like, it's madness. But that's also why, like, apparently they had people from like 4 or 5 counties come to help with that initial SWAT strike on my old address because they thought it was like a huge thing. And so now you have like 4 or 5 police departments, all of which are livid that not only did they have their time wasted, but they they could have injured somebody completely innocent. And so now you have like 4 or 5 police departments that are livid against this one person that thought it was really funny. So their day is coming for sure.
They're not joking around. They're fully armed to the teeth, submachine guns, full armor. They raid your goddamn house, and they are trained to shoot at actual armed targets, right? So usually you can imagine if some civilian gets caught up into the middle of it, you know, especially like a goddamn gamer who might happen to have some, I don't know, controller in their hand while the cops break through their door. And these people are trained within like a fraction of a second. If they see something's up, bullets whiz and you're dead. So yeah, this actually is very dangerous. And to the people who wonder, oh, it's just a harmless prank, again, grow up. So again, why am I talking about this? Because, ladies and gentlemen, a stream that I was watching, that I was looking into, where a certain actor known as Ned Luke, you might know him from GTA 5, right? As Michael DeSanta. He's just streaming GTA Lottie Dottie Do on Thanksgiving, and lo and behold, SWAT teams show up to his house. Watch this.
Look at this guy. Here's even more. Here you go. How about this guy? 1,47,630,139,639. Hello.
I can just barely hear it.
There what? Oh, nice. Nice, nice. All right. All right, I'll be out there. All right, I got to go. Now these assholes have swatted my house, so I've got to go.
So he followed this up and said that he's been swatted before several times. This is something that's gone on since like back when he initially was in the game and his address was leaked. Because a lot of these guys, shocker, don't like moving around a lot. They buy a nice house and they stay in it for 10 years. They're not used to like the life of a streamer or YouTuber where you have to move constantly to keep your address up in the air. Like, I'll tell you what, I had meetings with lawyers to put all of our stuff buried in like all sorts of different legal layers and stuff to make it harder to find. We use rented addresses, so not even PO boxes, but rented addresses out of like office buildings and districts to have our mail sent there, so our actual addresses don't show up on anything. Like, there is so many layers of crap you have to go through just to try and keep some semblance of privacy that never gets mentioned on these streams because, like, honestly, it's probably not that interesting. And secondly, because discussing it might kind of defeat the purpose of it. But I want you guys to know that there are many, many things that go on behind the scenes to protect our families and privacy and things that you likely will never hear about. And it's just part of the process. I mean, having to pay a lawyer, like the starting package I was quoted was $4,000 to just have some extra layers put in to make it more difficult to find us. But at the end of the day, if somebody really wants to find you, they probably can, unfortunately. So you're just kind of fighting an uphill battle. But why do people SWAT? It's because they think it's funny. Like, excuse you. Mike just plowed into the shelf. People think it's funny. Weirdly enough, they think it's funny. And I think part of it also is this weird parasocial relationship where people think, like, they see Ned Luke and they think, oh, this guy's cool. He's famous. He's popular. And he's got a big stream going. If I SWAT him, I can have an effect on him and his life. And so it's like being called out and shouted out by your favorite movie star or celebrity or something. And it's cool. So you want to do that just to have some impact, I guess, on their life or to be noticed by them in some weird way. And I think that's it's a very complex thing. And then beyond that, obviously, people are not in their right minds if they do something like this. This is not a normal thing. Because again, if and when you get caught, you're facing potentially life in prison. Like, if you're 16 and you think this is funny, you potentially just ruined your entire life for a quick lull. And like, you do this against somebody in the US, I don't think you realize the FBI gets involved. It might take them 6 months to get you because subpoenas against Google, subpoenas against like NordVPN and stuff take a couple months. But do you really think that these VPN companies are going to hold out their data tracking information to protect you? No, they don't care. they don't care. Like, oh, and you, especially if somebody's been doing this to a couple of different people and they have multiple instances. Yeah, any one of your local governments will give you up as quickly as they possibly can. They don't like you. They don't want you. Like, so these people are very short-sighted, and they do often end up getting caught. It can just take a little while. As of right now, as far as I understand it, they haven't like made any arrests against the person that did it to me, but they are making progress actively. Brock, thank you also for subbing with Prime over on Twitch. Appreciate you. And Kappa Claus, thanks for gifting a membership on YouTube. Much love. Much love.
All right, have a good one.
Now, thankfully, Ned, being the intelligent person that he is, most likely called law enforcement ahead of time, and I assume he did what I do and everyone else does. You just tell them that there could be a chance that some unhinged fuck might call you and tell you that there's a threat at this specific address, and usually what appears to happen in that situation is you get called, but if you don't pick up that call, from my understanding, they will SWAT your house, because again, that call pretty much just exists for you to like basically, you know, pick up and tell them, yeah, there's nothing crazy going on, you've been trolled by the internet. So again, in this situation, they send a fully armed unit to your place. They waste the taxpayer money, they waste time, they waste the resources that could have actually gone to a real threat, and basically decide to put somebody's life in extreme danger. Now, you might be wondering, whoa, Muda, it's still, I'm really trying to like talk to the individuals that like think this is a joke. I know most people, I would assume 99.9% of the people watching this video know the actual severity of such an actual crime. But for the few people that don't know, sometimes these situations can actually lead to somebody dying. For instance, back in 2019, there was a Californian dumbass who got sentenced to 20 years in prison for joking about a 911 call about a hostage situation in Kansas, where the cops, like I told you at the beginning of this, broke into a house, shot the person, and then found out later, this was a false report. There wasn't ever a hostage situation. Now, you might have seen me play games like SWAT 4 on my channel, but there's an even newer game, Ready or Not. I've made videos on it, and it's pretty much like a SWAT simulator, and it gives you like a brief glimpse of the decision-making that it takes an agent to do. Even in a video game simulation, you have to deal with civilians who you don't know from a distance pose a threat or not, and you literally have, no joke, half a second to respond to somebody brandishing a firearm and opening it up on you. So again, the point is, every single agent involved in a swatting is like terminally on edge, as they should be. They're goddamn counter-terror SWAT team members, right? Even armed cops who don't understand, who walk into a situation thinking, yeah, this is a shooter situation. This is some serious stuff. Yeah. Again, accidents like this happen and people tend to die.
Well, and I mean, the thing is, especially if you're like streaming at night, or if you live in like a more rural community where, let's just say, possession of firearms is more commonplace. Like I was speaking to my father-in-law about all of this stuff, because he thought it was initially he thought that like the SWAT team was actually coming to get me because like I was involved. I was like a Heisenberg or something. He was like, I didn't know if you were actually up to some craziness or something, and they were, coming to get you. I was like, wow, what's Luke been doing? Like, wow. But then he found out that it was a swatting. Hey, buddy, he's been chewing on cables, and it's a problem. But like, I was talking to him about it, and he was saying that if he was doing something and working in his office, and then he heard somebody kick down his door, he would go straight to somebody's breaking in my house, and he would probably go grab his pistol or shotgun or something, thinking that his home is being burglarized, to be prepared to defend himself. But guess what happens if the SWAT team breaks in thinking there's an active shooter and they see you holding a gun? You're done. You're done. And it just like that. And with this, where they're calling it in and they're so dull that they're not even like making sure the address is correct. And in my case, they sent it to the wrong address. Like, if that person, not streaming, just in their house, they hear somebody kicking down their door, they assume their house is being broken into, they go grab something to defend themselves, and then boom, they're dead. Like, it's crazy how quickly things can collapse. Luke had better also. Yeah, it was a little, it's a weird feeling. Just think, like, right now, put yourself in my shoes. Like, right now, you get a phone call and somebody says, hey, there are like SWAT teams and dozens of police searching for you at your old address. Like, think of the immediate panic that would set in, where you're just like I don't do anything illegal or wrong. Like, I'm not involved in any Heisenberg crap. So I'm like, what have I done something that I'm not aware of that's like so wrong it would elicit that response? Like, for me, weirdly enough, it didn't immediately jump to, oh, this is a swatting. I was like, this has to be some crazy misunderstanding or something. But then it clicks, once they say that they got a call of some violent something or other. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, now I know what's going on. But it's just like sheer panic out of nowhere. Who do you call? I mean, for me, it was calling the local, or getting in contact with the local police department there, and just being as transparent. And in that case, it is pure cooperation. Like, you just have to be like, whatever you need from me, I will do. I'm not doing anything wrong. I need you to see that I've not done anything wrong and that I'm cooperating. And so when they show up at this current house and they have their rifles drawn and everything and a sniper down the street, you have to then come out with your hands up and let them sprawl you out on the driveway. Like, it's just part of the process. Like, yeah, you can be like, well, you should never have to do that. They don't have a warrant. They can't enter your house, blah, blah, blah. You can be like that. But if you want it to actually get resolved peacefully, you need to just cooperate. It's just not worth being like a try-hard dick about it. You just have to cooperate.
So again, in this situation, an individual here will agree to serve 20 to 25 years in a federal prison as part of a plea agreement. Dog, when you're pleading and getting 20 to 25, you know the deal is stacked against you.
That's the plea. The plea was 20 to 25 years. So if he pled not guilty, or was like, you can't prove it's me, I used a VPN, you can't prove it, and he was found guilty, which, by the way, something insane, like 97% of federal charges that don't end in plea agreements get found guilty. Like, you're not going to win against the Fed. The odds are overwhelmingly high that the Fed will win. So if the plea agreement is 25 years, you really effed up.
And the entire state wants to make an example for you that'll be written in textbooks for decades to come. So they even mention in this that the false report was called because two gamers, Casey Viner, 18, and Shane Gaskill, 25, authorities said, Viner asked Barris to make the call as an act of retaliation after a game of Call of Duty ended badly. Barris then taunted Gaskill in Twitter direct messages before Gaskill challenged the California man to swat him. So again, over a game of Call of Duty. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, I know this isn't necessarily the last time a swatting is going to happen, nor was it the first time. But it's still such a shame that this heinous crime is still so easy to actually perform in reality that there really doesn't seem to be a fix against it. The people that actually get caught by this are the people dumb enough to talk about it on Twitter, to literally use like cell phone spoofing services where they've actually attached their financial records to as buying credit to make calls to law enforcement agencies. Those are the only people that get caught just because they're so actually dumb in this situation. Unfortunately, with VPNs and how we basically like have multiple different countries where, like, if you get swatted from somebody in like Russia, all right, there's no way they're ever going to enforce that law, period. And it happens from time to time. You have literal individuals from other parts of the world making calls to local law enforcement and getting them to do stuff. The only thing that could even exacerbate this issue is if instead of calling, we somehow had a web form to call in law enforcement. That would be goddamn pandemonium. I'm pretty sure at this point, a lot of law enforcement agencies literally will pull up to a house and just look at it from the outside and say, it's probably a gamer situation. But that's still not enough for them to not participate in commencing the SWAT. Remember, for law enforcement agencies, they think the most serious shit is going on.
Yeah, and in my case, like, I asked the officers that showed up, and they said they had never dealt with anything like this. I mean, where I live, it's not like a hub of influencer activities. It's not like LA where they probably deal with this all the time, or like, Austin, Texas, where there's a lot of younger influencer types. Hey, buddy, can we chill? So where I'm at, they said straight up, we've never dealt with anything like this. We've never, like, we've heard of it. They said they took trainings, and they had, sat into like trainings during academy or whatever on this technically eventually happening. So they were prepared, which is why once it had been established that this was almost certainly a swatting incident, they were much more chill than I think their initial response was. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because there's not really an easy preventative fix, other than when you do catch the guys, you make a real example of them.
And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, people end up dying because of these situations. And it's why I think that the only punishment to have when these people get caught is to literally be charged with not swatting. Another YouTuber I watch too by the name of Luke Steffens, if you actually check that.
Steffens. It's like a 50-50 shot if people say Stevens or Steffens. It's always funny to me.
Out his content, he covers. Another YouTuber I watch by the name of Luke Steffens also recently got swatted like 10 days ago, where they talked about this whole situation themselves. And of course, it should remind you that this is not something that is going to be going away anytime soon. But what is really important about the situation is Luke does mention his old address, which is really true. Like, I have an older address that's out there on the internet, and I don't live there. But if somebody decides to swat that while I'm live streaming for any chance, then it's not me that they're putting in danger. It's somebody totally unrelated to me that is going into an actual dangerous scenario. Like, somebody who has no idea who I am, just lives at the old address that I once lived at years ago, might wake up to like guns in their faces, or might have somebody kick down their door that they have no idea of. Like, you are putting people you don't even know in actual danger. Again, that's the real problem over here. And again, there are laws about this stuff too. Like, if you look through, at least in the California penal system, there are laws about false reports, but I don't think they go far enough. I really do think that if we're going to go forward with this kind of behavior, the people that are caught doing this, especially the ones dumb enough to, should be charged with attempted murder. There are laws around this, but generally with how severe this is, I really do think this should be an attempted murder charge, because at the end of the day, a SWAT is no joke. You are literally sending armed counter-terrorists to somebody's house, and those people will probably be on severe edge, and most likely, if the person you're swatting is even a little bit confrontational, they get shot right through the goddamn head, okay? They're filled with holes. And ultimately, it's the stupid idiot to blame on top of it. And I think really the sentencing to this should be a minimum 10 years. Goddamn 10 to 20 for crying out loud. Hell, if people die, should straight up be a fucking life sentence. But ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and
yeah, I mean, I'm of course I'm biased on this, but I think because the inherent difficulty in catching perpetrators kind of complicates the process, a lot of the punishment needs to be preventative and whatever you would call it, like deterring. That's the word. They need to, like, the idea of the punishment being so extremely severe that anybody who thinks it is funny and is just messed up like that, they just are like, you know what, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it because the punishment is so crazy high, even when, it does happen. If I get caught, the punishment's crazy, so I'm not going to bother with it. I think that's why you have to have extremely stiff punishments on it. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, good video by Mutahar. I agree. Needs to be stiff punishments. I think that's what it's got to be. Daniel, thank you for the 10. Hey Luke, thanks for all the great content. It's no joke what happened to you and your family regarding the swatting. Hope the family is feeling better. We're all a little bit under the weather. We all have like this cough. I don't know if it's COVID. I don't know what it is, but man, it hit us hard. But I'm doped up on NyQuil and all the good stuff. So we're rocking and rolling. We're doing better now. I don't know why our alerts aren't making sound. Oh, did I turn it off? Okay, maybe that fixed it. We'll see if that fixed it. Goosefist, also, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Glad to have you. Let's see. And I think I said it, but just in case I missed it, thank you, Brock, also for becoming a sub over on Twitch. Appreciate you. It's like that scam call I got from customs about a package destined for me from Mexico. I had a slight moment of concern for no reason, then hung up on them. Yeah, except in this case, like, you know, they're actually coming and knocking on your door. It's madness. Like, it's all just madness. But it's part of what happens when you put yourself in the public eye. So you're kind of like mentally prepared for it. But at the same time, those people at those old addresses aren't. You know, they didn't do anything. They're not involved in any of this. They didn't sign up for any public notoriety. And now they're having to, you know, be permanently scarred because they happen to live at a place I used to live at. Like, it's madness. It's crazy. Solid Cake, thank you for the super chat. Your channel is the best gaming channel, and we appreciate the content you make. I hope you and your family are safe. Yes, we're doing much better. Appreciate you. Much love, my friend. Thank you. How about for today, we go through GTA subreddit and see people tweaking and theorizing about the trailer and expectations from the game. Oh, we could do that. I want to talk about The Last of Us Part 2, the upcoming Naughty Dog games. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can talk about. Let's see, reddit.com/ what's the official subreddit for like GTA 6? Is it just GTA 6? Is that what it's called? Or is it just GTA? I don't know, man. Do you guys think the feature like hair growth over time, muscle building, weight gain and loss, and tanning? Filter by Flare, GTA 6. I mean, I'm ready to go down the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole of Rockstar rumors and speculation. I don't know if I have the strength, but you know what? Let's try it. Let's try it. Are you guys ready? It's going to be a lot. There's a lot here that, like I've said before, the GTA like speculation groups and YouTubers are among the most like insane and deranged. It's just like often it can feel just like straight up psychosis where people are just making stuff up and pretending like certain people have told them things that haven't said anything. Like it's just craziness. And I think we can pull up on the subreddit some of the like theories and rumors that have been pulled up. So like GTA, what did you guys say? It was like GTA leaks and rumors or something. Let's see. Gaming leaks and rumors. We'll do that and then filter by GTA. Yeah. Blah. Okay. So these are from like 2 years ago. There's a video revealing some GTA 6 information. There's this allegedly leaking a map. Original leaked image 1 and 2. That's handy. Okay. Interesting. Newest leaked image. I don't really know what to make of these. Okay. GTA 5. Okay, it was deleted. Let's see. Thoughts. I don't want to point out that this map, if legit, is a super alpha / rough rendition, which is why it looks unfinished. Yeah, this was the leaked map of GTA or of Red Dead Redemption 2, and I remember when this leak dropped back in, I think it was, oh, now the sound alerts are working. Now they're working. I think it was 2016 it leaked.
Chizzy on Nose donated $5 through Super Chat. I saw your video
Thank
about
you.
the Star Wars Knight of the Republic remake that got cancelled. Do you think Skull and Bones is like in the same boat?
No, I think Skull and Bones actually will get released. I think it'll probably just kind of flounder and drift into obscurity. But Knights of the Old Republic is just, I mean, you're talking about a huge RPG that's crazy expensive to develop. And so I think even though it's a remake, it's still a huge undertaking, and they're just right now not sure if it's worth the investment. So they probably have a couple people on pre-production stuff, you know, kind of playing around with it. But as for whether it ever gets like fully produced and sees the light of day, I'm highly skeptical. I just don't know if it makes any sense to really do it, but maybe eventually. But I think Skull and Bones does release. That's my guess. That's awesome. Thank you, my friend. Welcome.
Major Dookie Juice is now a red flag. I just want to text to chat to say my name.
Major Dookie Juice. Well, there you go. Thank you, my friend. 3 months. Ooh, baby. Okay. Let's continue on. So I believe this was 2016 is when this leaked. And as you can see, like looking at it, I remember back at the time, there was a lot of debates over whether this was real, because parts of it look like it could be legitimate. And basically how this works is that they have different, as you can see, like quadrants set up, and then each of these are built into squares, and then each of these can be focused on. So I think what they called it in the development of Skyrim, in those documentaries they made, they called them strike teams, where basically they have a team of, say, 20, 30 game designers who work in strike teams, and they'll go to one of these squares and work on it for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month or whatever. And their job is to go into this square and build out the open world. They create encounters. They'll place, you know, all of the animal spawns. They will try to add those little bitty details. They'll make sure the pathways are good, and they might edit the terrain slightly so that when you're riding, it's the most picturesque it can be. And then they want things to tie together with other areas and quadrants. So they basically go through the world like that, instead of just being like, okay, here's the big open world, and we'll just kind of meander around and try to generate stuff and make it happen. So in this case, you know, this ended up being accurate. You see New Bordeaux. This was well before we knew any of these terms. There were some leaks and stuff, but as you can see, there's actual areas that ended up being legitimate, Blackwater and all those. So of course this changed by the time the game eventually launched, but you know, it did end up happening. But this is how games happen. This is how it works. Is that it comes through, and it's a very iterative process, and they might decide that Dover Hill is worth scooching down a little bit because up here it's not working too well, or maybe it's too hard to get to. Players aren't going there very often, and so they end up just tweaking stuff as they go through development. But this is how it happens. I mean, it's a very cool process. And so seeing these pictures of a potential map, it's interesting. As for what exactly it looks like, I mean, maybe if this is their version of like Miami, it's like, you know, the city itself and then the outer areas, and then these are supposed to be like the keys, and then this is a smaller area off to the side that you can fly to. Like I'd buy this. It's a very similar layout to like GTA 5 with the big city and then the rural areas outside. So I would say that this very well could be real. So I don't think that's particularly outrageous. I wouldn't think so. They say in 2018, a map consisting of 3 islands, one reportedly Vice City, was leaked on 4chan, widely ignored and considered to be fake. It's again been brought to the spotlight after a leak on 4chan this week, seemingly shows an updated map of one of the islands. The level of detail, as well as the fact that the map isn't made of existing satellite imagery, seemingly makes it very likely that this leak is authentic. This isn't the first major Rockstar map leak either. RDR2's map was leaked in 2016, also ignored at the time. It is funny how many of these leaks do come out that end up being real once the game comes out. And it's one of the most fun things, I think, for a lot of people to do after the game comes out, is to look back at some of those leaks and see, okay, what were they accurate? What was the game like back then when this was leaked, and Why did we not believe it when it was real? You know, it can be really fun to dig through all of that.
Alan Maybrier donated $5 through Super Chat. Absolutely love the both of your channels, Luke.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being amazing. I feel like family.
Well, I'm glad to have you here, Alan. I appreciate you. And thank you for the super chat, my friend. Much love. Much love. As long as they don't say they have 10,000 cities, then all the cities size of one block. Yeah, there you go. Don't bite off more than you chew. A huge amount of Starfield was leaked years ago on 4chan and people brushed it off. Yeah, I think it's part of it is the hype. Like people get in their heads that the game has to be a certain way. And I mean, Starfield's the perfect example where like some of the leaks that came out did not paint it in the best light. So when the game came out, they were like, oh, those leaks were correct. We just didn't want to believe it, you know? But at the same time, I mean, I want to be clear, you know, we're skeptics here. And when you drop this, I don't blame people for not buying it right off the top. Like if I see this in my inbox or something and somebody's like, yep, this is the upcoming map for GTA 6. And they sent this years ago. I'd be like, okay, cool story, bro. Like I have very little reason to believe that this is true, especially if it's coming from an anonymous source that can't verify it or prove it. It's just some guy says a thing and that's no reason to believe anything. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means on that scale, or if you think of it like the teeter-totter or whatever you call it where you live, like if the scales are perfectly balanced and you're in the middle undecided, you're still in the middle. Like there's no evidence pointing towards it being true and leaning the scales that way or being false leaning the other way. In this case, it's just some guy says a thing and that's it. I think you could have drawn a better map in MS Paint. Probably. You guys know me in MS Paint. Ooh, baby. So I wouldn't blame anybody for not believing this. It's very reasonable to me to not buy into this right off the bat. So, and with this, I mean, this I find a little bit more convincing because there's a lot of quantifiable information and clear information that seems unlikely. Like if you're going to do a faked image, it's really common to do something like this.
Vincent Mudra is
This is
now a
less
red
common.
flag.
Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. So like when I see stuff like this, I find this to be a more like they're going out on a limb. There's a lot more detail in here that could be easily proven wrong. Because for a lot of these leakers, even and perhaps especially the guys that make stuff like this up, they are looking for long-term validation. So if they release like this, they want you to see this and see this post, and then in 5 years when they leak the next thing, still get credit and be like, oh, they got this thing right, so they're right on the next one. And so for the people leaking this stuff, a lot of the time it's the same kind of thing where they want the long-term credit for leaking it. But seeing this and seeing how like the island here, I think this is what they're referring to, this island evolves into this one, that does make sense. And I'd buy it, but we'll see. I mean, we're on track to find out pretty quickly. I just don't know about scale. Like, I don't know how big this is. If you put GTA 5's map side by side, I mean, GTA 5 is huge, so I don't think it necessarily needs to be bigger than that. But the thing with Grand Theft Auto is that Grand Theft Auto has, of course, cars, planes, helicopters, like freaking submarines. It has everything, and those all travel very, very quickly, whereas Red Dead 2, you're riding on a horse or a train at the fastest. So you can have the map be a little smaller, but it'll still feel massive because the player can't move through it very quickly. Whereas in Grand Theft Auto, you can excuse me, you can literally fly over the map in a jet. So you need the map to be big for it to feel big. Much different challenge.
Jera's Awesome TV donated 140 South African rands through Super Chat.
Oh yeah, thank you, my
Hope
friend.
you get well soon. I wanted to know your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 not being in the most anticipated games given that people have made entire YouTube careers baiting news for its announcement.
I don't know what their exact standards were. I agree. I think it's weird that it wasn't like clearly number one. I think the loophole that they fell into was that they technically had not announced the game. They had announced that they were going to announce the game, but the game itself was not announced. And I think to be on the most anticipated game list, you have to have been announced. Otherwise, it would be like GTA 6 and Bloodborne 2 and then, you know, like Fallout 5. Like, it would be all these games that don't technically exist yet. And so you could just list any game that you hope eventually happens. So I think the requirement is that it has to have been officially announced. And GTA 6, even though everybody knows it's on its way and that it is about to be announced officially, it hasn't officially been announced. So I think that's how they get through it. Yeah, Luke's dating sim game. Oh, Mafia 4. Dude, I'm waiting for Mafia. I'm waiting. You think the trailer drops Friday? It could. Does anyone know what day of the week they announced? I mean, let's do this. What day of the week did they announce Red Dead Redemption 2? Because a lot of these studios and developers like to announce things October 20th, 2016. It was close a Thursday. So they chose to announce it on a Thursday, presumably so on Friday they would get all of the coverage from media. So, I mean, honestly, announcing it, they said early December. They could do the 1st or they could wait till the 7th. Because the Game Awards is what? The 8th? Or is it the 7th? I don't think they wait past the 8th. I think it has to be out before that. But what date makes sense? Like the 1st, yeah, you put it out on the weekend. On Friday, it sits in the public sphere for Saturday, Sunday. But the thing with a lot of this is that you want... Should we do MS Paint for this? Not MSI Afterburner. MS Paint. Broom. Thank you, Seuster Twitch. Appreciate you. Announced at the Game Awards? I can't imagine they announced it at the Game Awards. Like, maybe they do, but if they announce it at the Game Awards, everybody at the Game Awards other than Rockstar should be livid with Jeff Keighley. I think for Jeff, that would be a huge blunder. Because every other announcement, everything else that's shown is instantaneously overshadowed. Like, it would just be such a shame. Because there's going to be a lot of cool stuff shown off at the Game Awards, I think. And it's just, it would be so frustrating if all of these cool announcements don't get due credit because of that. Like, it would just be lame. So I hope they don't announce it at the Game Awards. I hope they do their own thing. Just drop a trailer randomly. It'll get the same amount of attention, you know? But with like a lot of this stuff, within marketing, there's like the term of organic marketing or, like, I think the official term is organic marketing. I think that's, it's like organic attention. No, what's the word for it? It's been like 4 years since I took a marketing class. Earned marketing. I think that's what it is. Yeah, earned, paid, and owned. So, like, if you think of the phases of a marketing campaign for something like GTA 6, well, I guess the two we could compare it to would be like Immortals of Avium, which, if you don't know Immortals at this point, Exhibit A. But Immortals of Avium, or it's an E. Oops. So they paid a lot of creators to make content on this game, to do coverage of it. They just went like this past week and paid Mr. Beast to do a video where he was announcing Immortals of Avium. It's coming to Game Pass, and it's not a bad game. It's like a 7 out of 10 probably, but it just failed to capture a lot of attention from people. They just were not that interested. I mean, you can see the final preview, 78,000. Like, people just weren't that into the game. They just weren't. So for them, this bubble of paid media was huge. The owned media was much smaller. So that would be things like their native website, their Twitter accounts, that type of thing. And then the earned media was almost non-existent. So if we like do the bubble where red is earned, and then we have the green is owned. There we go. And then so we have earned, owned, and paid. Not red, black, paid. So for Immortals of Avium, the black paid circle is huge. Owned is like a little bitty baby bubble. And earned is like minuscule, right? Because very few people wanted to cover the game because there wasn't that much attention on it. There just wasn't much reason to do it. It was like, well, if I make a video on this that I'm not being paid for, not many people are interested. So there's no point in me making that video. I'll make the video if you pay me to do it, which is what this big bubble is. But other than that, it's just not worth my time. And for GTA 6, it's almost the complete opposite. For GTA 6, the earned coverage is going to be like this, where they have a huge amount of coverage where people just want to talk about the game because it's GTA 6. So they don't need to pay. They don't need to do much of anything. They're good. Owned marketing for them, it's also very large because let's be real, it's Rockstar. So anytime they drop a trailer, anytime they post anything on Twitter, it's going to be massive and get a ton of attention. So for them, it's also a huge bubble. And for the paid amount, they probably don't need to do much of anything. Like they might pay Mr. Beast to do a video or something, but they really don't need to do much. Maybe like trailers streamed on TV, they tend to do that a lot. So maybe they do stuff like that. And sometimes there's crossovers between all of this, but I mean, really, most of GTA 6's ability to really excel is because it has huge earned coverage potential. And that's great because they don't have to pay for this. It doesn't cost them anything to have earned coverage. And in the case of GTA 6, I mean, it's just going to be overwhelming, the amount of attention. I mean, you're already seeing crazy amounts of focus and energy put into Grand Theft Auto 6, and it's not even announced yet. So when it is announced, it's going to be crazy. But for that, I mean, when you're looking at potential announcement dates, if we're looking at like December 1st, which is a Friday, right? Yeah, December 1st is this Friday. They release it. They probably get some YouTubers to make videos over the weekend, but honestly, a lot of companies, like bigger companies like IGN, they have the weekends off. So for them, it makes more sense to release it on, say, a Thursday or a Monday, and then let the whole week just be coverage on that game. So I would buy more that they announce it on like the 4th, frankly. That's where I'd put it, my money. That's my guess. That's my guess.
Mike donated $25. You're the only guy I trust when it comes to upcoming gaming news and reviews.
Thank you, my friend.
I can always count on you to keep me in check before getting too hyped for a game like Starfield. Keep up the amazing work, my dude.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. And yeah, I you know, we try to remind people hype makes you stupid. And I think in some cases there are certain games and studios that have demonstrated it's worth trusting them and it's reasonable to trust them. But even then, sometimes you can get burned. I mean, a lot of people trusted CDPR because they made The Witcher 3 and then were totally burnt out and shocked when Cyberpunk was a disaster. But I think that was not like, if people thought Cyberpunk 2077 was going to be good, I don't think they were stupid. I don't think they were dumb or anything. I think they were lied to, which is a different thing. Like, Starfield, if you thought Starfield was going to be game of the generation, was going to be this stunning technical masterpiece, that was hype making you stupid. Like there was literally no evidence of that. Everything that we knew about, everything that we saw suggested that. And so in that case, yeah, I think that was just hype kind of making people delusional. But in the case of Cyberpunk, you were just literally lied to. So I don't think that anybody was unreasonable for thinking that that game was going to be great. But for same thing with like GTA 6. Honestly, if people want to get hyped over GTA 6, I get it. I would encourage you to keep a level head because it's still Take-Two and you never know. But I would totally understand if people want to get quote unquote hyped for GTA 6. It makes sense because everything Rockstar touches turns to gold. Let's be honest. So I get it. Except, yeah, no, I said Rockstar, not Take-Two. Take-Two has a more spotty track record, but Rockstar is pretty consistent. Red Dead Online, not so much, but the single player games are great. So, yeah, you leave for 10 minutes and come back to MS Paint. Yeah, that's a Luke Stevens stream for you. Tell you what. But yeah, I mean, with all of this, it's going to be interesting. I would guess that probably Monday, December 4th is more likely than December 1st, because I think they want to capitalize on the full week of game coverage from like IGN, GameSpot, PC Gamer, all those big outlets. It's going to be covered by Bloomberg, by NBC, by Fox. Like all of these channels and news organizations are going to cover the announcement of it because it's going to be massive, easy clicks. But most of those companies are shut down over the weekend. So it makes more sense to just announce it first thing Monday morning at like 6 a.m. and just let it be the dominating news story for the entire week. You know, why not? Did they actually tweet something about December the 6th? The last thing I saw, and I would love to be wrong about this if we actually know, because then I can schedule and plan. But last I heard, they had just said early December. That's all we heard. How do we know it's coming out next year? It's not necessarily next year. It's their next fiscal year is what they've said. So the next fiscal year is expected to generate an extra $2.5 billion worth of revenue. There's no way to account for that other than GTA 6. So, yeah. How many YouTubers have the GTA 6 trailer videos mostly ready to go? That's the thing. We just don't know when it's coming. Like, I don't know if I'll do a video on that. I don't know. Maybe. We'll probably do it for the live stream, but I mean, it's one of those things where like everybody will have watched it. So how interested are you in watching me watch a trailer you've already seen? Like, I don't know how interesting that is. Well, you have a black cat. What's their name? Yeah, the black cat is Hermione and the big white one is Finley. Yeah, the kitties are running around having a great time. Excuse me. Yeah, the kitties are having a good day. But yeah, I'm buckled up. 2024 is going to be pure madness, I'll tell you what. So beyond that, there's some other leaks and stuff. If we just continue on the GTA 6 pathway. Tom Henderson, this was 2 years ago. This Tom Henderson guy is the same one that runs Insider Gaming or Insider Gaming. I had it right. Which you guys have probably seen. I mean, they've done tons of reporting. They have really good sources, tons of reporting like this one on potential information about a live service, variation of Monolith's Wonder Woman, all sorts of stuff like that. But they've been very, very accurate. And 2 years ago, Tom posted this video describing some stuff that they had heard about GTA 6. And some core points of the video are the game is set in modern day and the primary reason behind it is GTA Online. Rockstar wants to be able to have as much freedom as they can with GTA Online DLCs. Makes sense. They could go full Fortnite, dab on the haters, where they could have, a Breaking Bad set of skins. And then they could come in and they could have, you know, the integration with Disney or whatever else they want to do. Like going modern day gives them a lot of flexibility, so I get that. Map is Vice City and isn't going to be that big, but the map will be expanding, new locations being added and changing. Tom compares it with the changes to the Fortnite map that it goes through every season through the years with the help of DLCs. Interesting. I mean, how this applies to like the single player versus the online, I don't know if the single player map is expected to expand as well with story DLC, or if it's just single player, and then the DLC will be for the online. Who knows? 2 years ago, he said the game's still in very early stages of development, which is interesting because 2 years ago, like, that's not that long ago in the context of a big game like this. So that's very interesting. Well, this same thing, which has basically been confirmed at this point through those other leaks, multiple protagonists. One of them is female. The female one is going to be the bright one in the group and responsible for the technical stuff like hacking. Tom believes that the game will release 2024 to 2025, with the reasons being that Rockstar is heavily focused on employee well-being. Okay. Specifically Rockstar. People are like, well, Take-Two doesn't really do that. Like this is the least believable thing I've ever seen on this sub. We'll see if that's the case. I mean, Rockstar, if they tell Take-Two, we want to take our time and no crunch, they can do it. They're Rockstar. So, and I wouldn't say it's the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen on the sub, but yeah, I get the joke. Since the game will be... Hermione's losing it. Since the game will be current gen / PC only, Rockstar wants to wait for current gen consoles to have sold a lot of units so they can maximize sales. Makes sense. GTA 5 is still making money for them. Makes sense. And crypto will play a part in the game. I'm assuming crypto is what they meant.
So the GTA
Crypto. Where's the transcript? Okay. Okay. Right here is where he describes it.
about small details such as cryptocurrency. So one of those tweets said that yes, there is a plan to incorporate some kind of cryptocurrency into GTA Online as a virtual currency. Now don't get this mixed up, this does not mean that you're going to be able to have GTA coins on Binance, for example, and trade it for real world money, but it's just going to be another aspect of GTA in which you're going to be able to get mission rewards and stuff like that, and even possibly some storylines around cryptocurrency in some capacity. Of course, if this does end up being a modern GTA title, it's pretty hard to avoid cryptocurrency when you're talking large crimes. As well as this, I also hinted at some wingsuits and some other bits of information over on Twitter, so if you guys want to
I mean, I hope it's just like you do a mission where you're trying to rob somebody of crypto, or like you're robbing a crypto bro or something. But man, can you imagine?
Joe Mitchell is now a red flag.
Joe Mitchell, thank you. Can you imagine if they actually had it? So like you complete this quest, you get rewarded with 500 GTA coins that you can actually trade for real money. Dude, that would get so toxic so quickly. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. It would just be utter madness. Nathan, thank you for making amazing content. Your streams and videos are the best part of my day listening to work. You are by far my favorite creator. Oh, thank you, Nathan. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's very sweet. And Brandon, I just hope GTA 6 feels like Grand Theft Auto game, crazy radio stations and music, driving, shooting, ragdoll physics. Yeah, I mean, I imagine if Red Dead Redemption 2 is any indication of the level of quality, I think we're in for a
Brandon
treat.
Reyes donated $4.99.
Of course, right after I read it, it sounds off. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that's probably what it is. As for like GTA coin, yeah, red card. I don't know how that would work out. I mean, surely I think there's regulatory hurdles they have to get through. I don't know how that works if they're paying out, like if Rockstar is paying out coins, GTA coins as a reward, like there's a constant diluting of the value the more people play it and get paid out. So I can't imagine that GTA coin would actually be very valuable like every day that people play it more and more, it will be worth less and less and less. So I don't think it would actually work, because again, it's just basic economics. When the supply floods the market, everything else kind of falls apart and the prices plummet. So I don't think it would actually work to like make money, but I could see it being like maybe 2 years ago, a big selling point where these companies would try to sell it as like, there's a potential where you could play GTA 6 and make money through GTA Coin and sell it. So your full-time job could just be being a great player in GTA 6. And that's your job. You don't even need to stream it. You're just really good at GTA 6 and that's your job. But it's like, again, the only way that works is if people are willing to pay that amount. Like, money's not free. Somebody has to buy the coins you're selling. So who's buying the coins on that secondary marketplace? I can't imagine anybody is, if you can just get it through playing. And again, like, how is this any different for the player than just having like dollars inside GTA Online with shark cards and stuff? Like, I don't see how it's actually any different other than just pitching it differently. But this is why, like, saying crypto's involved in the game doesn't mean much of anything. There's not much to say. What does he say about GTA Online?
The reason for the modern title over, say, the 1980s title that was rumoured is because of one major thing, and that is GTA Online. GTA Online is, of course, Rockstar's biggest asset, generating billions of dollars since its release, and I've been told that the modern title is just to fit in with GTA Online and give the developers as much freedom as possible to release as many different DLCs as possible. I would imagine, just talking off the top of my head, that yes, a 1980s title might restrict the developers in some capacity when it comes to that GTA Online content. Now, as for the map itself, Vice City Remastered has been trending ever since these leaks started, and I have also been told that Vice City will be coming to the game in some capacity, but the map itself isn't as big as all of the leaks are making them out to be. Now, to be brutally honest with you guys, I'm not entirely sure what that could mean, but what I was told when it comes to the map and GTA Online is that essentially it's going to be an evolving map that could change every time a new DLC is released. Now, of course, we are very early in development, and I can't comment on stuff like how the DLCs are going to work and if there's going to be a battle pass and stuff like that. But what I was told is that there will be additions made to the map, including new areas and even expanding the map in some capacity. But
I mean, again, it just sounds like they're going Fortnite on it, which makes sense. I mean, Fortnite is probably the best in the industry at this, so I wouldn't say that that's unreasonable. And honestly, Fortnite, with their approach to pretty much cosmetic only microtransactions, I think they're probably one of the best pro-consumer variations of the Battle Pass formula out there. So I'll give them that. But let's be honest, they're still going to sell shark cards. They're still going to do all of that, which is gameplay affecting. So I would not expect that to be that wild. But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. There's a lot of debate. There's a lot of questions as to how this plays out. But I mean, we're in for a treat. This next couple of years is going to be madness. It's going to be sheer madness. I just need everybody to buckle in, because seriously, if you thought that like Starfield hype was bad, just wait. Just wait. Man. GTA 6 can become the best game of all time, or the worst. It will be the defining moment for the gaming industry. Certainly for Take-Two and Rockstar. I mean, if this is not an overwhelming success, then they're screwed, because it's pretty much their entire stock price, Take-Two's, is built up on GTA 6 being a success and living up to the expectations. And it's been like that for years. I mean, even before Red Dead Redemption 2, investors were pricing in the success of GTA 6 into the stock when they valued it long term. So I don't know. But it's going to be very interesting. Do you think it's console first then PC? Yeah, personally, I think it comes out on PS5 and Xbox. Maybe not even Series S. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. But Phil Spencer already made the exception for Baldur's Gate 3, allowing it to come to Xbox on just the Series X and then the Series S later. So if he was willing to do that for Baldur's Gate 3, he will make that exception for Rockstar and GTA 6. There's no way he lets PlayStation have that to themselves. So if they want to have it just on the Series X, they can do it, but we'll see how scalable the game is. But yeah, it probably comes a year or two later on PC, which I think is probably good, because right now, like the PC side of GTA Online is so freaking broken and buggy and modded and filled with hackers. It's just horrible. Like, it's really, really bad. Hi. Series S is a travesty. I just think, like, one of the most bizarre things about the Xbox Series S is that Phil Spencer has, in several interviews, phrased it like this. He said that they don't need a mid-gen refresh, so like a Series X Pro or anything, because they view the Series S as the current generation console and the Series X as that mid-gen refresh that released 3 years ago at the start of the generation, which doesn't really make any sense at all, because it's like, no, the whole point of the mid-gen refresh is that more powerful hardware is cheaper, so you can release a more powerful version of the console at the same price as the last one was. But whatever. So he's phrased it like that, which means that by that standard, the current gen console on the Xbox side is like half the strength of the PS5. Like, it's not even close. So excuse me, I thought I muted. So there's just so many weird little things with it. But yeah, I think the Series S was a huge miscalculation, and they honestly thought that these games would be more scalable and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But seriously, whoever at Xbox headed up the Series S development, I think that was a huge mistake. I know they pitched it as like the budget thing. They wanted to come in and have a more affordable option for gamers. But clearly, I think Sony ended up demonstrating players did not want compromises on performance, maybe compromises on like accessibility or on convenience. So for example, PlayStation, they offered a digital version with no disc drive, that you sacrifice the convenience of having physical media, of being able to just put the disc in and you own the game outright. You sacrifice that, but you gain $100 extra in your pocket. That's a pretty good trade-off. For Xbox though, you're sacrificing the disc drive, so you sacrifice the convenience and you sacrifice half the performance. And for a lot of people, that's just too much. And yeah, exactly, DN. It's a problem for developers more than anything, is that now every game is held back by the lowest common denominator, which is the Series S if they're cross-platform. And that means that whatever crazy idea you have for your game, it has to be able to run on the Series S, which is kind of a souped up 1X. So you're always kind of, you're limited by that weakest link in the chain. And I think that for Xbox was a huge mistake. And, I think we're already seeing the trailing effect of it with, like, of course, Baldur's Gate 3 not releasing on the Series S day one and things like that. And Larian was very clear. They're like, hey, we'd love to bring it to Xbox, but they require us to put it on the S, and we can't get it running on the S. It just doesn't work. And apparently they found some ways. They think they can get it working. I don't think it's come out on the S yet, but they found like a big memory saving thing they can do. So they're working on that. We'll see. But yeah, as for how that plays out, who knows? The One X has a better CPU and the Series S has a better GPU. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks. No, I mean, clearly the Series S was the most affordable console. That's what it was aiming at. They were trying to slide into the same price point as the Switch, which is a very good idea because clearly there's a huge market for, you know, that $250 to $350 price range of people that just can't slide into that next tier of $500 consoles or $400 consoles. But I mean, the stats have been pretty clear. In countries and communities where the lower price is appreciated, there's a lot of other, I think, conflicting issues. So like Brazil was one market where they thought that the Series S would do really, really well. But the Brazilian economy is such that the like effective surcharge you have to put on prices is crazy. Like the effective cost for Brazilians buying an Xbox is like something insane, like 10 times what it is in the States. And it's just because of wild like import duties, tariffs, all sorts of stuff like that. But then also just the currency swaps make it extremely difficult to justify selling there. Yeah, consoles are a nightmare to buy in Brazil. My cousins always struggle to justify it. Yeah, so I just think like it was an interesting experiment, but I think the cons of the Series S far outweigh the positives at this point. I actually am inclined to agree, Karsa. I think people are much more willing to buy a premium console than a lot of these console manufacturers are expecting. Like I know people that are buying, they just for Black Friday bought a series or a PS5 Slim. Hey, Finley, don't scratch the carpet. Finley. Thank you. I know people that just bought a PS5 Slim because they just wanted the newest thing. Like imagine if there was a more powerful version and it wasn't just a smaller one. How am I not constantly afraid the cats will break the Legos? I mean, if Finley gets up to the Titanic, I'll be concerned and I'll get him down. The castle is going to be tough to knock over. Yeah, the cat's got the zoomies. Oh, yeah. You know a good monitor that can max out the PS5's performance? I'm going to be real. The one I'm using right now, which is utter madness. Let me pull it up. Where is it? This thing. This is what I'm using right now. And it is just about the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life. It is a 48-inch OLED monitor with 0.1 millisecond response time, 120 hertz, and G-Sync compatible. And like, oh my God, it's outrageous. So this monitor, this is what I'm using right now. That would just about maximize. If you're using it also to double as like a PC monitor, then yeah, that thing is just about the best thing you could do. As for like, if you're not using it like that, just get yourself a nice TV, like a C8 OLED or something. That's a TV. When the delivery guy brought it to the door, he was like, your TV's here. I was like, no, dude, it's a monitor. He's like, what? I was like, yeah. OLED has burn-in problems? No, that was a thing like 5 to 10 years ago. Nowadays, there's so much crazy tech that they do to balance that out. It's not really a concern. So they do pixel shift stuff where they shift the image 1 pixel over the course of like, you know, a 5-minute session of it staying stagnant. You won't notice it with your naked eye, but it avoids the pixel burn. And they also do dynamic like brightness shifting and all sorts of stuff. So it's not really a concern anymore. Like even back when I was selling luxury TVs and home theaters, it was already kind of like not really a big concern. And that was back in like 2018. It wasn't really a big problem even back then. So nowadays it's really not something you should worry about too much. Okay. Dude, she has mad zoomies. Finley's like, what the hell was that? She has mad zoomies. She's sprinting around the bathroom and jumping into the bathtub and running around in circles. She is. What did you get into? See, she's on one, dude. She's on one. Oh, you can just like barely not see the Christmas tree. Let me scoot the Christmas tree over. You gotta be able to see the little Christmas tree we have. We're very festive. Very festive. Hey, Finley, I can't read chat when you sit there. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Where's the AC chair? It's up in Nikki's setup. So she's in yeah, the chair's up with Nikki's setup by her little gaming PC where she plays Baldur's Gate and everything. Oh yeah, I also have a Series S sitting there. I just haven't plugged it in yet since we moved in. I haven't really needed to. Like any Xbox games, I just play on PC, so I haven't really needed to. Maybe I'll put it up. Well, no, the theater room has the Series X. So I don't know what we'll do with that. First world problems, right? What's her favorite game? She's been really into Baldur's Gate 3. I think Nikki's on her like 4th or 5th run through of Baldur's Gate 3. Will AC Red be at the Game Awards? That's a big ol' maybe. In the past, Ubisoft's been more of a fan of announcing stuff in the summer for whatever reason. I think that they're probably going to be prioritizing marketing for the Prince of Persia game over that. So I think we definitely get a trailer for Prince of Persia. But as for like announcements for Assassin's Creed, if I were a betting man, I'd probably put money on them waiting till the summer to announce it. But we'll see if that actually happens. Star Wars Outlaws, that's been pushed to, I think, late next year is what it was. So that one's been delayed. I don't think that they probably announced that also in the summer or show more in the summer. But we'll see kind of how that plays out. That's also a big question mark right now. Ubisoft has not been marketing Avatar at all. Oh, dude, I've been seeing it a lot. I've been seeing all sorts of like TV commercials and stuff. I don't know. Is it just me? Have you guys been seeing anything? I feel like I've seen a lot. Not too. Not much. Nah, nope. Yeah, nah. Interesting. Okay. Because I feel like I've seen it a lot, but many ads on YouTube. Interesting. I've gotten a lot of YouTube ads for it here in Norway. Okay. Star Wars Outlaws looks really too good to be true. Yeah, I mean, it looks very good. That's the big question, is just whether it lives up to that. So I guess we could touch on where is this? Okay, I guess we can touch on this. You guys just mentioned this. Free Roam Podcast, yes, we're coming back Wednesday. First time, of course, last time was kind of thrown off because of the swatting thing and my trip to LA, and then the next week I was super sick. So we've been on hiatus, but we are back now. So Wednesday we'll be jumping into it. Okay, let's touch on this real quick because I just saw it mentioned. Basically what happened was this guy, PC Focus, over on Twitter posted this little video, and it was just them playing AC Odyssey, running through, and then they tapped the select button to pull up the map, and it pulled up a full page ad. Black Friday sale. Take advantage of 20% off the latest games in the series. AC Mirage 20% off by now. And they're like, what the hell? Like, I'm playing the game, and you popped up that while I'm playing? Like, you're advertising to me while I play the game? That seems screwy. And Ubisoft came out afterwards just to immediately kind of shut this down. And they said, we've been made aware that some players encountered a pop-up message in-game while playing certain AC titles yesterday. This was the result of a technical error that's now been fixed. Our intention was to display a promotion for AC Mirage as part of the franchise news in the main menu of other Assassin's Creed games. Unfortunately, this technical error caused the promotion to appear in one of our in-game menus instead. We want to ensure the best player experience possible, and these disruptive pop-ups were promptly removed once we learned of the issue. We appreciate your understanding as we investigate the cause of the issue, the AC team. And then it was community noted, which you gotta love community notes. They said this technical error was already in AC Odyssey 4 years ago and could also appear when opening the map. And they show a video of that here where somebody's playing and runs into this same thing once again, where an ad pops up for the DLC while they're playing the game. And this was 3535, looks like. And this was, again, dated 4 years ago. 3535. Let's see it. Pulls up the menu. An ad pops up, closes it out, and keeps playing. So it's not the first time this has happened. It is technically possible that this was another technical issue. It could be that they pushed a little too hard and thought they could get away with it, and people spoke up and it went viral and people were upset about it. And so then they walked it back because this tweet did get a lot of attention. I mean, it did just under 10 million views on Twitter, or X, I guess, which is a concern for Ubisoft. That's enough to get them to notice it. And I mean, honestly, we've seen a lot of this. We've seen a lot of this in a lot of other games. I mean, there was the NBA 2K thing where, you know, they experimented with this, where you would be playing NBA 2K, and then as you're playing, there's like a pop-up for an actual TV ad. And like initially they tried to frame this as, well, it's supposed to be immersive because you're playing the game, and in actual NBA games, there's commercial breaks. So while you're playing the video game, there's commercial breaks. It's all part of the experience and everything. It's just a way of selling ads in a game that you already paid $70 for. That's all it is. And with it, like, what makes it, I think, as much as I absolutely loathe this, at least with sports games, you can argue that, well, sports games are mimicking like sports events and sports games, which do have a lot of advertising. There's lots of little pauses. American football is probably the most egregious, where in total, there's 15 minutes per quarter, 4 quarters in a game. A total game takes an hour to play, an hour of actual gameplay. Each game takes 4 to 6 hours to play through, though. That's how long it is from start of the game to the end of the game, with all the timeouts, commercial breaks, the pauses between plays, when the timer stops because somebody ran out of bounds. Like, it takes 4 hours, and that's all time. Those extra 3 hours are time that they can throw ads in, and where they can advertise and do the panning shot to show all the advertisers that put their logos on the field and all that. And so at least with sports games, you could argue that those players, those gamers are more accustomed to ads, so they won't notice. And honestly, they probably won't, which is why they thought that they could just easily get away with this, because people are used to it. And so it's not that big of a deal. If they're used to watching basketball and then they play a basketball game and there's ads, it's not that disruptive because it's what they're used to. And then also selling ads like on the court makes sense. You could do that. You know, they can make easy money that way. But in the context of GT or of Assassin's Creed, it's much more disruptive because you're playing the game, you want to pull up the map, and then you have to be greeted with this. It's just unacceptable in my mind. And they're not the only ones that have tried to get away with it. I mean, there was this story early in, no, it was late 2018, where Street Fighter 5 also, and this is something people have been tweeting around, and I guess I had just forgotten how many of these groups had tried to do this. But as a result of this, I mean, people started retweeting all of these articles and stuff. And, you know, in this case, they tried to put in ads into actual combat sequences. Supported by, and then just straight up commercials during training mode. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, with all of this, the tendency is for these companies to ask for forgiveness, not permission. So they put it in, see if people freak out about it. And if they do freak out about it, they want to see if the reaction is bad enough that they need to pull it. But if they can get away with it still, they'll leave it in. And it's always that push it right up to the line, see if people freak out. And if they do, pull it back. But if not, you just leave it there. Wait a year or two, and then the new line appears, and you push it a little bit further. And that's just what they do. They just continue pushing it until they can't anymore. And in the case of Assassin's Creed, I mean, they're saying it was a technical issue. Okay, it doesn't change the fact that this has appeared in their games before. And so it's not unbelievable that they would try to do it again. But that's why people are reacting the way they are. To make it very clear, this is a single player game. It is absolutely unacceptable that there's passive advertising while playing the main story or DLC content. Like it's just madness. It's silly. It's just silly. What's going to be the new line for them? Ads in between gameplay now? Yeah, I mean, Strauss Zelnick, he is the CEO of Take-Two Interactive, and he was saying that he thinks for the amount of work and money that goes into games, they should be charging per hour. It should not be a flat cost to engage with it. And the way some investors and analysts have phrased it is like, if you were going to see a movie, imagine if it were $10 or $15 or whatever to buy your ticket to, let's say, Avengers Endgame or Avatar 3 or whatever. And that ticket for $15 allows you to go to the movie theater and see it as many times as you want. He's like, that wouldn't really make sense because, you know, the cost of the space, the cost of renting out that theater doesn't become any cheaper. The film is still extremely expensive to produce, but for video games, you buy it once and you get unlimited access to it. And he was like, that just doesn't make sense. It needs to be a charge for the amount of enjoyment and amount of time that you spend in it. That's the more proportional way of making money on the game versus a one-time flat cost. And so, like, I think for a lot of these guys, they'll keep pushing it. They might try to do a subscription model, which, I mean, honestly is basically what that is like for a Fallout First or, you know, for World of Warcraft or any of these games with subscription models. If they can get you to pay $20 a month to play GTA 6 online, that for them makes a lot more sense than having you buy the game for $60 or $70 and then hoping you buy microtransactions. Sell you the monthly cost or the monthly fee and then also charge you for microtransactions and stuff. Do that. Yeah, GTA Plus is already a subscription model, and most people think that GTA Plus was created specifically to prime the user base for GTA 6. GTA Plus. Let's see. GTA Plus, where's GTA Plus? I do not see it. Hold on. There it is. Okay. Excuse me, Miss Miney. Okay. Yeah, GTA Plus. So you get all sorts of little perks. You get access to the trilogy, GTA Liberty City Stories, Chinatown Wars. You get like some cars. You get discounts on in-game items. Some clothes. Sweatpants, nice. Property benefits. You get access to the arcade. 500,000 in-game money, CEO VIP abilities, GTA van, Diamond Casino heist. So it actually affects gameplay. 50% off super yacht and casino penthouse modifications. Free casino penthouse member parties. So I mean, just a lot of these things. And then how much is it? $6 a month, I'm assuming. $6 a month. Yeah, monthly deposit of 500,000. Yeah. So that at least, you know, comes out to what, $72 a year. Fallout First is $100 a year. It's just, I don't know, man. I've been playing AC Nexus and it's fun. I actually just bought AC Nexus yesterday. I've not tried it yet. I think I'm waiting on my Quest 3. Shout out, somebody hooked us up with that Quest 3. So I think we're going to try to do a stream playing AC Nexus, which is the Assassin's Creed VR game. So buckle up for that. I think that might be Friday. So just wait. I'm going to get so motion sick. There might be, I might be puking. I'm going to be real. Yeah, by the way, everybody, shout out if you didn't know already. Assassin's Creed Syndicate is being released for free right now. They've announced that they're giving away the game through PC through December 6th. All you have to do is go to the Ubisoft store and claim it before 1 p.m. Eastern. So right here, I'll just share this tweet in chat, and then if you want AC Syndicate, go claim it. You can get it for free. So there you go. Easy money, right? So if you want AC Syndicate, just click that link I just put in chat. It'll take you to the Twitter post, and then you click this and you just claim it. Easy money. Right? Like, who knew, right? Who knew? Yeah, there you go. Dab on the haters. Okay. Geez, we have 700 people in here. Is it what I'm wearing? Is that why? Is it what I'm wearing? Or is it the cats? It's probably the cats. I just answered my own question. It's the cats. The cats are here. That's why. Look at Miss Miney. Is she in this camera angle? No, she's just barely out of frame. This is my Warhammer building camera angle, right? So I can be building my Warhammer stuff here and present it. Finley's just laying on the carpet. I have a bed for him over there, but he likes the carpet, I guess. He likes being on camera. Weirdo. It's the red shirt, works every time. Yeah, I think so. I think so. You've been averaging like 600 to 700 recently. I mean, if you count Twitch as well, yeah, for sure. Which I guess you should. But like we have like a solid 70 people over on Twitch, and then we have another 720 on YouTube. Like that'll do. So thank you, everybody. Lego build soon. I'm down. Honestly, I have the Lego pirate ship to make, and we have Green Guts Bank from Mark. Shout out to Mark in chat. I don't know if you're in here, but we have those. And I think the Green Guts Bank is going to end up going right here once it's built. As for the pirate ship, I have no idea. I don't know how big it is. Maybe it'll go on one of the shelves. But yeah, we got to build some Lego soon. Build a Star Destroyer. We probably could. But I think what I'm doing is like once a year we do a big build. So like the Titanic was last year. This for 2024, I don't know what their big build is going to be. I know they released the Eiffel Tower. I'm not sure if I really want the Eiffel Tower. It's like too big. It's like 4 feet wide by 4 feet, and it's like 6 feet tall or 5 feet tall or something stupid like that. It's so big I couldn't put it anywhere in here. Like I could put it in the closet, but
Donated Ron 25 through Super Chat. If it comes to it, I would pay $1 to $3 to start new game if I have 2 runs included in the base price. Small price for third run of a beloved title.
like for me, I find it much more, and I totally get what you're saying, Stefan, and thank you for the super chat. I think for me, it's that I like to support games that I really love. So I have the same sentiment. I just don't like to be compelled to do it. Like I don't like being forced to do it, if that makes sense. So if I really love like The Witcher 3, for example, which I do, I want to support it. So I will come in and I will pay for another copy of the game, or I'll go in and like get the deluxe edition, or I'll buy a copy for a friend of mine who I think would like the game, and I'll support them that way by buying additional copies, but it's my choice, right? I don't like it when the studio is like, yeah, if you want to do New Game Plus, it's another $3 or something, you know? And I think that's the difference. Got the Lego Titanic last week and just finished building it this morning. Not gonna lie, it was worth the $600. Dude, it's a monster. It is an absolute monster. A lot of crud in my chest. Jeez. Oh yeah, Bloodborne for $15. Easy. Easy money. Okay. Let's touch on this. People were asking earlier. That's interesting. Aris, ask me again in a few minutes, okay? Once we finish this segment, we can touch on that. Aris, that looks interesting. Because I want to talk about the Wonder Woman game too. Okay, let's touch on this. Call of Duty 2024. There's some leaks. There's some information about it that perhaps is interesting and compelling. So let's touch on it. We are joined by the one and only Finley Cat, sleeping on the middle of the carpet for some reason, even though he has a bed, like right out of camera. So I don't know why he's laying there. I guess he just likes to be involved. And Miss Hermione is laying in the corner by the door over there. Hello, sweetheart. You look very sweet. So we're going to jump into this. First things first, this is being reported by Tom Henderson over at Insider Gaming. These guys have a wonderful track record, and it's been demonstrated time and time again that they don't tend to report things unless they have reason to report them. So I would buy that most of this is probably accurate. What they go through is they say a new report has revealed that the next Call of Duty Black Ops title will be set in the Gulf War. First rumors of the Gulf War setting first originated in 2022 following the Call of Duty mobile leaks that revealed the Lockheed F-117 Nighthawk, a retired American attack aircraft introduced in 1983. Earlier this year, Insider Gaming reported that Call of Duty 2024 is under the codename Cerberus. Yeah, Cerberus, and is currently planned to be released on past generation consoles. (2024) and is currently planned to be released on past gen consoles. So allegedly, they are planning to release Call of Duty 2024 on consoles from 2013. Which is, let's do the math, everybody. Let's do the math, okay? We're going to need a fresh MS Paint file for this. 2013. Let's draw this out because clearly Activision has not been tracking, okay? 2013. 2024. 2013. 14 is 1. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 24. So if we're just trying to track all this, if we're just tracking, we're talking. Excuse me, I'm still kind of dying. I mean, we're talking 21, 24. You're right. I can you tell I'm brain is broken. 20. I'm a YouTuber. Yeah, I went to college.
On Syed donated $6.99 through Super Chat. Bro, I saw a video from a few years back recently and you have gotten hella in shape. Good for you, man.
Oh, thank you.
Happy to see it.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And yeah, I used to be a little more chunky. I'll tell you what, like the Scottish, you can probably tell. I've got a lot of Scottish blood in me. And so all of my weight is carried in my cheeks and in my thighs. It's all in the thighs. Because normally we have kilts to cover it up. Normally we have kilts. It just covers it up. It's fine. But I'll tell you what, I have destroyed so many pairs of jeans in my day, and some of you in chat might know about this struggle where like the girth of the thighs destroys the inner grundle of the pants, and it just tears through them, tears holes in them. Like, yeah, the inside wears out. It's so difficult. Like, I have had so many jeans that I've loved that just turn to dust because those thighs just wear them out. And it's why I actually wear these like Vuori pants. People are always like, Luke, you're always wearing the same stuff. Are you like special or something? And for me, it's honestly just because Vuori, these pants are like the only pants I've found that do not wear out in the grundle. Just being real. I can wear them like for each pair will last me years and years. Whereas previously, just because my thighs would wear out the grundle so quickly, I can only wear them for like 6 months before they wear out. But the Vuori pants, I can wear them forever. Like they just keep working. It's great. It's great. Gooch sweat. Basically, yeah. It's the struggle of big-thighed men. I'll tell you what. It's the real, dummy thick thighs. Or what's the Lil Wayne thing? He was in that deposition. And then I swear we'll get back to Call of Duty. Oh, and there's another Captain Boomerang trailer. Lil Wayne, stupid thick. I think.
Clearly, Lil Wayne answers to no one.
I think it was this.
Is that an interview that you actually gave with Katie Couric?
Is that an interview that I actually gave with Katie Couric?
Yeah.
What's your name?
No, I don't see it.
Hey, well, that's not the question. Like,
Huh? Pete Ross.
Pete Ross, that's a stupid ass question. You just saw me
Where is it? Hold on.
interview with her. Okay. So that was you. Did you perform at the Virgin Mobile Music Fest in 2008 with Kanye West?
Oh, this is it.
But I know I did perform at this badass bitch birthday party recently. She was crazy, stupid thick.
Hope everything is alright and had a great Thanksgiving. 3 months equals 3 kisses.
Oh, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Sorry, cut off a little bit. Currently on lunch break from college, but want to say I hope everything is all right. I had great Thanksgiving, 3 months, 3 kids. Oh, baby, thank you. Thank you, Dum Dum. Hope college is going well too. Dude, I kind of miss college. I'm gonna be real. I kind of miss the routine of it. I love working from home. Don't get me wrong. It's great. I wake up, hang out with the boys. I can just come down and get to work, and it's great. And I'm not complaining about that, but I do kind of miss the routine of waking up during college, going and getting like the little bitty coffee from the food court, and then going and sitting in my 7:30 a.m. financial, it was foreign exchange class. It was like all about foreign currencies and stuff.
Donated
Kind of miss it.
$5 through Super Chat. Hi, I am a big fan. I had a friend who worked at Rockstar on GTA 6. He left for Bungie recently. I love hearing your insight and his about the industry.
Oh, BWAG78, thank you for the 5. And I bet you have so much fun poking him. Like, what do you know? What do you know? Tell me a little bit about some. I want to know. But I mean, I think they really do keep all of these groups so segmented. There's very few people, I think, at Rockstar who could tell you the vision of the whole game, because I think they keep each team so in their bubble that they probably are not interacting a whole lot. That's my guess. As I just don't think that there's a lot of crosstalk. It's all very like, I don't know, man. I worked on, like, I saw one guy, it was on Twitter randomly. It was just a post on my For You page. Somebody got recommended to me, and it was just a guy being like, hey, I finally got hired as a vegetation artist, an environmental vegetation artist at Rockstar. All this guy does is make vegetation for these games. That's all he does, is he just makes plant life for it. That's all he does, day in, day out. So, like, yeah, he works at Rockstar and he's working on GTA 6, but if you like fully interrogated him,
El Goki is now a red flag.
probably wouldn't have much to tell you, you know? El Goki, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. You know, I don't think he'd have a lot to say because he just wouldn't know much. But it certainly would be interesting to talk to him, you know, because I'm sure he has some stories, but I think all these groups keep so segmented that there's probably not a lot. So he puts concrete bushes everywhere. Yeah, I think what his job is to design trees and bushes and plant life and all that stuff. And then he is one of the guys that goes through the map and is in charge of placing them, altering whatever they're done, like however they're placed dynamically and generated automatically. And then he adjusts them to be more realistic, because some like trees don't grow in certain areas. So you have to make sure that those trees, like palm trees, are not being generated inside of a pine forest, right? Like, so you've got to go through and do all of that. There's probably a lot of research involved with it, but yeah, I mean, there has to be somebody that does that. Hell, 90% of Red Dead 2 is that. Yeah. It's a job that makes sense. You know, you wouldn't think of that as like something you'd need to have as a specialization within Rockstar, but when you actually think about their games, it does make sense. BWAX, thank you for 5. He was an AI dev and graduated Dartmouth with double major in comp sci and engineering. He knows a lot, but can't say much. Oh, that's super cool. I bet he knows a lot of good stuff then if he worked on the AI teams. I bet that's super cool. I had a 6 a.m. criminal justice class that I used to just knock out in. I would get home from work at 3 a.m. and be up at 5 a.m. for class. Don't know how I even passed that class with an A. Yeah, man, those morning classes were tough. They were not for the faint of heart, but I always loved them because the teachers were at like full passion level. They hadn't been like burnt out through the day. So the teachers were always super excited. And because you were there, if you were paying attention in that morning class, they knew that you were like, you meant business, like you were there to actually learn. Surprisingly enough, in most of my business school classes, they were all like easily half of the class were Chinese exchange students. And so like there was one kid in the business school who came from a very, very wealthy family in China. And he would come to class driving every day in a McLaren, like a $200,000 car. Easy. Like this car is worth more than most people's houses. And he would drive to school in it every day. And every semester he would leave the car behind and sign it over and give it to a friend of his. And then when he would come back for the next semester, he and his family would just buy another one. No joke. Like he was that filthy rich. Like it was just crazy. Like for him, like when I moved out of our old house, I like was seriously debating whether I should bring the toilet scrubber brushes, because if I didn't, I'd have to buy new ones. And I was like, they're toilet scrubber brushes. Like they do the same job in the new house as the old one, you know, like whatever. This guy treated his cars with less care than that. Like, I can't even fathom. Part of it, I'm sure, is that it was daddy's money. It wasn't his money. So if it was his money, he probably would care more about it and not want to just give it away. But because it's daddy's money, didn't really care that much. But yeah, that was another level of wealth that I still have not really seen. And I used to, like, we did real estate deals with actual billionaires, and none of them were like that. I mean, most billionaires that I've met and that we did deals with, they were billionaires because, or, you know, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, because they did not behave that way, because they were so penny pinching and they were very, very aware of every decimal point and every dollar being spent. Like, that's why they were super wealthy, is because they cared about every penny. This guy was the example of like the old saying where the first generation makes the wealth, second generation preserves it, and the third generation squanders it. This was the third generation kid, where he will just casually twice a year buy a new McLaren and then just leave it behind. He just didn't care. His dad probably owns Tencent or something. Yeah, probably. A different existence. Yeah, dude, for real. Being a broke college student, that toilet brush anecdote hit home. Yeah, well, it's just, I think that's how most people are. I don't think most people are like that guy who's just casually leaving a, like, it was his McLaren. He left his gaming computer behind because he was super into League of Legends. So he would leave like his $5,000 souped up custom, whatever, water cooled computer. He'd leave that behind because he didn't want to have to bother moving it. So he'd be living at whatever house with some roommates to like have friends. And then he would go back to China for the winter and then for the summer. And when he would come back, he would just buy new ones. It just didn't matter. It was crazy. So anyway, that's a whole other thing. All of that to say, anyway, Call of Duty is they're planning to release on past gen consoles. And my math, when I'm not totally fried in the brain, 2013 to 14 is 1, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I added an extra one. Even now I'm fried. There we go. It's 11 years of time between those, an entire console generation. And you think back in 2013 what the standard was in terms of technical performance and everything, like the PS4 and the Xbox One especially were considered relatively weak consoles as a generational upgrade, which is why the PS4 Pro and Xbox Series X, or One X, the names are still insanely stupid to me. But that's why those mid-gen refreshes were done, because the PS4 and the Xbox One were considered really, really weak upgrades. And so to see them like still casually, casually mentioning that they're going to be bringing Call of Duty 2024 to the last gen of consoles is just insane to me. I get it. There's 100+ million of them. And I still think they are selling like tens of millions of copies probably on those old generation consoles, because there are a lot of people that love Call of Duty that cannot afford the next generation of consoles yet. So I understand why they're doing it. But again, these games are always held back by the lowest common denominator. And we're already saying that the Series S is holding back a lot of these console games. And so to hear that they're going to be aiming for PS4 and Xbox One releases too is just insane. It's just insane. Yeah, I'm still a little sick. I was sick last week. Started coming down with a bad illness on like Tuesday. And I still have it. I'm doing better, but yeah, I'm still feeling it. In about 30 minutes, I'm due for another dose a day Dayquil, so we'll do that. But yeah, I'm still fighting it for sure. So they go on to say new details from Windows Central state that the game will be set in the Gulf War with strong focus on the CIA. Although not yet officially confirmed, Windows Central points out that it's likely the next game will be called Black Ops Gulf War, which is the name Insider Gaming can corroborate as being dubbed for the title for the next installment. One of the major new pieces of news coming from the report is a pre-order bonus that Activision hopes to implement it with the next title. According to the report, Activision is even exploring the idea of weeks of early access to its zombie mode. And in its last two installments, Call of Duty, the Call of Duty franchise has introduced 1 week campaign early access to pre-order for pre-order bonuses. Which weeks early access to zombies is crazy. I don't know. Maybe people do that. The week early access for the campaign maybe sold more copies. I think the negative attention, I would hope, hurt it, because that campaign was so horrible. But who knows? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe people don't care. Who can say? And Charlie Intel also has reported that Call of Duty 2024 is the first title in Call of Duty history to have a 4-year development cycle, which is wild. I mean, 4-year development cycle for Call of Duty is like a 15-year development cycle for most other games, because these things are usually pumped out in 12 months or 18 months max. So to hear that it's now being given 4 years, we'll see how it is. But then like any excitement you might have for a 4-year dev cycle is immediately squandered because it's also planned to release on the PS4 and Xbox One. And it's like, oh, well, that sucks. What are you going to do? So who knows? It's mighty conflicting. 4-year dev cycle. That's interesting to me. I like the sound of that. But then to hear that they also are planning to release it on PS4 and Xbox One, that to me immediately kills most of my hype and interest, you know? It's like, oh, well, crap. Yeah, with 4 years, exactly, Yokes, no excuse if it comes out butchered. So, yeah, it's true. I mean, at least with this one, Modern Warfare 3, they can be like, well, we were given so little time to make it and we had to pump it out. Like, yeah, it's of course broken and kind of crappy and lazy. So at least like they have an excuse. I don't think it's a valid excuse. I don't think it holds up because they're still selling it, but at least there's an excuse. But with this, there is absolutely no excuse if it ends up being bad. Mechanic wise, how else can you evolve a COD game? Maybe more customization. Don't know. Yeah, there's that. I think that people are looking for more unique locations, more unique maps and things, because it feels like right now you pay $70, you get just remastered maps that have already been built, and everything else is just reskin versions of what you've had before, and that's it. Yeah, more Snoop Dogg and Nicki Minaj operator skins. Yeah, that's true. Modern Warfare 3 is fun. Yeah, I think the multiplayer is good, or at least holds up generally. What we were referring to specifically was the campaign, which a lot of people are like, who plays these games for the campaign? And perhaps that's valid. If you're not buying it for the campaign. Okay. Just evaluate it based on the multiplayer, and that's fine. But yeah, the campaign was laughably horrible, but the multiplayer, I think you could say, is perhaps pretty good even. So, Zombies any good? Zombies is a mixed bag because it's more of an open concept for zombies as opposed to the tighter, more linear spaces of previous games and previous zombie modes. So it's more of a mixed bag. Some people really, really like it. Other people really hate it. I think it's just up to personal preference. So, yeah, I think you can go either way, honestly. Okay, now I want to touch on this because I think this will be really funny. This next little thing. This got sent to me because we had talked about this exact event, and somebody sent me this video which describes the whole thing and breaks it down, which I think is going to be very interesting to see. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Miss Hermione. Here, you hold down the fort real quick. I'm going to grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Hold down the fort, Miss Hermione. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Let's do this. Let me share it in chat real quick so you guys can send some love. Okay. Okay, this is, as I mentioned, something we had discussed maybe 2 weeks ago. I had mentioned that there was this speedrunner who years and years ago, like 2010, had done a speedrun, and it turned out all of his speedruns were fake. Like all of them were spliced, were TASes or whatever. Like none of his skill was actually real. It was all kind of just faked stuff that he made out to be legitimate. And this is a common thing in the speedrunning community. I mean, there's always been people that have cheated and made it look like they can do things that they can't. But this guy actually went and performed a live speedrun with no ability to actually do any of the stuff that he claimed to have done. So it's like, you know, the guy that says constantly that he totally has magical powers and can totally walk on water. And he knows he's lying about it. He knows he can't walk on water. But then he decides to actually go on like a live streamed television show and go out into the middle of the Pacific Ocean and get thrown off the boat to walk back to land. Like he knows he can't do it. And yet he still does it, like, because he's convinced himself he actually can, or people won't notice that he's drowning. Like, it doesn't make any sense, but this guy actually did it. So this video, cataloging the whole event is Frogarchist, which is an awesome name. I'm just going to say it. And he breaks all this down with some experience in the field. So let's see the story.
I would really prefer if you be quiet, or this girl asking a runner to pause the game so she can talk about her grandma that died from cancer.
I forgot about that. If you haven't heard that one, just look up like cringiest moments in awesome games done quick history. It's like, again, a girl sitting during a stream that like randomly starts describing how, what was it, her grandmother?
Runner to pause the game so she can talk about her grandma that died from cancer.
Yeah, she's like describing, I think she's holding something on her lap. It's like a blanket or a scarf or something. And she's like, yeah, and this is something I made to commemorate my grandma who died of cancer. And like, they're all just playing the game, trying to have a good time. And she's just going on. And then she tries to get them to like pause the game and stop talking so that she can do her thing. It's so freaking uncomfortable, but there's so many moments like this at Awesome Games Done Quick. It's really, really funny.
Over the
Can you
years,
stop?
there's been a fair number of cringe moments in the speedrun community. I'm a Frog, and today we're going to look at Halo speedrunning signature cringe moment, Cody Miller's 2011 Halo CE GDQ run.
See, now I'm like actually legitimately lost.
A run that was such a train wreck, GDQ added a rule going forward called the Halo rule to prevent such a thing from ever happening again.
Basically, this whole thing is that this guy, as I mentioned, claimed he was like one of the best, and everybody thought he was one of the best speedrunners in the world for Halo. And then he hopped up there, said it was going to take him about 2 hours to get through this speed run. It took him 4, and he had to play through it on like normal difficulty and go through all these like adjustments just to get through the game. Like, honestly, more impressive than if he had just completed the run. This, like, stunning.
But you may be asking yourself, who is Cody Miller and why was he speedrunning this game in the first place? At the time, Cody was in charge of the Halo speedrunning site HighSpeedHalo.net. HighSpeedHalo.net now doesn't have anything to do with speedrunning, but does have great articles like An Introduction to the World of Halo Figurines and Top 5 Most Sexy Halo Cortana Pictures. Halo runners now use HaloRuns.com. At the time, Cody was known for that site and for being one of the original Halo speedrunners with many world records. He was even mentioned in the Guinness Book of World Records for beating Halo 2 on Legendary in 3 hours deathless, which later turned out to be faked along with some, if not all, of his other records. He was a cheater, and this run was the first step towards uncovering that. So when GDQ, which stands for Games Done Quick, a biannual speedrun event for charity, asked Cody to run Halo CE live on Legendary, he probably should have refused. But he didn't, and the result was the comedic masterpiece we'll be looking at today. As for me, I am a Halo CE speedrunner. I'm fairly new to it though, and my best CE full game Legendary time thus far is 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 41 seconds, which is good for 24th on the leaderboard. Not too shabby, but I still have lots of room for improvement.
pretty
However,
good.
this is much faster than Cody's GDQ time, which ended up being over 4 hours, not to mention that he had to lower the difficulty twice and ended up beating it on normal. But we'll get
Dude, can you just imagine? Like, it's bad. We've all had those moments where we like screw up on something, or our boss gets angry at us, or our mom yells at us, and like we get the cold sweats and like that little panic where you get like the chills, every hair stands up, and you start sweating profusely in an instant. You know what I'm talking about? That like mini heart attack you have. Like that happens, but within a few minutes, it goes away, and it's like not that big of a deal. You kind of move on and you can deal with the problem. This went on for 4 hours, where after like 10, everybody in the room realized something was wrong. Like they thought this guy was one of the best in the world. And all of a sudden, it doesn't seem like he really knows what he's doing at all. He seems like just a normal guy playing a game, trying to do it quickly. You know, it's crazy. Yeah, why accept the invite? That's what's really baffling about. Like, no part of this makes sense, because he knew he didn't know how to do this stuff. He knew he was not equipped for it. So, like, did he just believe his own hype? Did he believe and like lie to himself to the point where he thought he could do this? Like, I don't know. I don't know how this happens. It's honestly amazing.
get to that. For some
Also, sorry, I missed it. Yokes, thank you for gifting a sub to Strife. Or no, gifting a sub, and then Strife also subbed to the Prime. Thank you guys. Thank you.
reason, I decided to put myself through watching this entire 4-hour run, and boy was it something. Being a runner myself, I'll break down some of the intricacies of how bad this run is, and I'll also show examples of how things are supposed to look, so if you don't know, you can fully appreciate the terribleness in front of you. Let's hop in.
Yeah, like I haven't seen any of the Halo tricks or anything, that's why.
Don't get your hopes up, bro. You're not going to see him here either. Cody's Pillar of Autumn actually starts off well. He messed up the first jump, pipe jump, and bonked into the wall, but hey, happens to the best of us, and otherwise this is good so far.
Is Paul Miller related to you? 25 minutes. That's not. He's serious time right now. Can't get anything out of him.
As we all know, the most entertaining speedruns are the ones where the runner doesn't talk at all or explain what they're doing. Boring is the best way to describe his Pillar of Autumn run. It's mostly him slowly killing all the enemies in each room. But he doesn't die at all, so if you're unfamiliar with the speedrun, you may think this is how it's supposed to look, and Halo runs are just boring and slow. For example, in this room, the classic strat was to stick one elite, throw a plasma at the door, and make a break for it. Instead, Cody sits here for 2 minutes struggling to kill everybody. Even if you are going to try to clear the room, it should not take him this long. Also, why did Bro not grab the Magnum? Have you never played CE before? I managed to get a hold of the high-speed Halo world records at the time of Cody's run, and the world record for Pillar of Autumn was 5:19. I timed Cody's here as 8:29. Not very good. That being said, Pillar of Autumn was far and away the level that went the best for Cody. It's all downhill from here. Cody starts off...
His best level is almost twice the record at the time. And like, this is allegedly at the time a world record holder, right? Like, this guy's supposed to really know his stuff. Allegedly.
Off Halo by crossing the bridge. This is fine, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Wrong!
The first real trick of the game at the time was where you walk over here, do a grenade jump, and skip the bridge. This saves a couple seconds versus walking, but we mainly do it to skip a trigger. There'd normally be 2 Banshees and a Covenant squad up ahead that we now don't have to deal with. It's one of the easiest tricks in the game, and there's zero reason for a CE speedrunner not to do it. Unless they don't know how to do it. Let's see how he does.
Oh, I'm the best.
Oh no. Well, maybe now he'll do the grenade jump. Nope, he's just walking back across the bridge. Alright, he got him. Now he can advance to the next area. Why are you dropping the Magnum?
$5 through Super Chat. What are your thoughts on the current state of Halo? And are you a fan of the Mary Jane Leaf? Just curious, lol.
For me, current state of Halo, I think they just screwed up long-term support for Halo Infinite multiplayer. I thought it was really fun. I thought the campaign was really good. I just thought long-term they didn't have a plan in place and they weren't able to sustain it. Hopefully they can figure that out. There's rumors and speculation about a Halo Battle Royale happening. I hope that does, because I think that will be very successful if they can manage it. But yeah, I think Halo has a ton of potential, and I think they set a really good groundwork in Halo Infinite. But they have to, they got to figure out how to do the follow through, because right now there's just they have a great spark in the pan or flash in the pan, and then it just kind of goes away. So they got to figure out how to do it long term. Oh, is this Miss Hermione? Oh, she's just barely out of frame. Can you say hi? There you are. So yeah, that's my opinion. As for the Mary Jane Leaf, I'm fine with edibles and stuff. I don't smoke anything because it screws with my voice, and I just don't like that. But yeah, I'm fine with having chocolate bar or brownie or something. Always down for that. I am in Colorado, so you'd hope so, right?
RSP donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Sending support this time. Thoughts on WB canceling a Superman game and an Arkham sequel from Rocksteady that would be Bat Beyond for game as service?
Yes, thank you for the super chat, and thank you for messaging me again. I have this pulled up in the other tab, so right after we finish this, we'll go on to discuss the Wonder Woman thing and the Suicide Squad stuff, okay? So I'll jump to it. Yeah. So don't worry, I've got it lined up.
Man, bro, maybe you wouldn't have died there if you could just headshot the elite when his shields are down. Oh no. In this section today, we'll kill at least 5 of the 6 Marines here to skip both dialogue and an entire dropship. One Halo speedrun meme you may know, as said by Paul Russell,
Marty, he's killing the Marines.
But back in 2011, Halo runners didn't kill any Marines here, which meant there was dialogue before every ship and you had 5 to take out. But even without modern grenade lineups, they're all fairly easy if you know what you're doing. You mainly just grenade the elites as they come out, then clean up everyone else. On the first ship, Cody inexplicably runs to the left to take out Jackals. It grunts first, retreats, and then dies. Then dies again and says something you probably never want to hear in a live speedrun.
I've forgotten how to do this part.
He then adopts a strategy I used as a 5-year-old when the Covenant scared me, which is to be safe and stay on top of the structure. He proceeds to die anyway. It's actually the exact opposite. He's playing too passively. But like I said earlier, this run gives the impression that CE speedrunning is supposed to be slow and boring where you take your time.
It's so uncomfortable.
Man, this isn't going well.
Cody was also in the Guinness Book of World Records for making the understatement of the century. After a couple more deaths, Cody decided to do something not typically seen in a legendary speedrun, which is to change the difficulty to heroic. After struggling to start and refusing to say anything, Cody becomes more confident and starts talking about subjects like whether or not Halo Reach is canon.
I've just got a website, HaloReachIsNotCanon.net.
The The guy sitting to Cody's right was another speedrunner who was at GDQ to run Trials HD and Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Even though he's not a Halo runner, he does his best to explain backpack reloading in a desperate attempt to make this run at least somewhat informative despite Cody's refusal to explain anything.
Often you'll notice that you don't actually see Cody reload his weapon, and that's because you can, is it if you double tap reload?
Yep, and then see it's full.
Switch.
Cody successfully does a cutscene skip on the light bridge, but more importantly answers a question about what tricks he's going to do.
Doeslight asks, Cody, are you doing AOT CR fall, Silent Cartographer launch, and or Keys Shield Bump?
Key shield bump, no. Assault in the control room, maybe. Sonic cartographer, definitely.
I don't know what's funnier, them feeling the need to ask if he was going to do basic tricks, or him saying yes to only one.
I would go to legendary for the library.
Cody is saying he would raise the difficulty on the library. Keep this statement in the back of your mind.
Again, remember that this was supposed to be a legendary speedrun. Like, that was the whole point of it, was that it was running through on legendary. And within half an hour of the speedrun starting, expected to take 2 hours, they've had to lower the difficulty because he kept dying and couldn't figure it out.
The rest of the level is easy enough. There's 3 areas where you're supposed to save Marines, but if the Marines die, the game lets you progress anyway, so it's fastest to just kill them at the first 2 areas and then move on.
Do you want to explain why you're shooting your own Marines?
Cody, can you please explain to the viewers what you're doing? No. While Cody was slowly clearing the lap.
Probably because he doesn't know. He just, like, I think probably what happened is that he has faked a handful of these runs, spliced them, and done stuff like that. And so he knows broadly what you're doing, like, to get the better time, but he doesn't know why. You know, it's not like when you're playing, like the example I've used before when I was, like, messing around with Bloodborne speedrunning. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Bloodborne, Bloodstarved Beast. Yeah, this. Oh yeah, does anyone know why VLC does this? It like separates the video out. Does anyone know why it does this? How can I dock it back into the player? I feel like such a boomer. I don't know what I'm doing. Because you see it, like, it separates it out. What's the button to fix it? What's the button to fix it? I don't know. But like with this, you can see, where is it? Bloodstarved Beast. Excuse me, Miss Miney. Oh, it's like this. So in order to do this fight, you are supposed to throw a pungent blood cocktail into the right corner over here. And then you also pop a beast blood pellet, which is going to, well, let's just say that. So you're supposed to pop these two. I think I popped the beast blood pellet back a little bit further, like as I was running up. Yeah. So you can see I pop fire paper, beast blood pellet right there, pop it, and then the pungent blood cocktail in the corner. So I think what Cody did is that he knows that this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to pop those things and then you beat the boss faster, but he doesn't actually know why. Whereas like an actual speedrunner or somebody that understands it will know, well, the fire paper is something that the Bloodstar Beast is weak to because he's a beast class boss, so he's weaker to this and it increases stun damage. The beast or pungent blood cocktail is something that aggroes beasts class characters and enemies, which of course Bloodstar Beast is. So if you throw it in the corner, he attacks that first and that leaves him open to attacks from you. And then the pellet is something that specifically allows you to build this bar up, which when you do tricks or transforms with your weapon builds up a meter to increase your damage output. So you can defeat Beast or Bloodstar Beast, as you can see, extremely quickly during a speed run, popping only 3 items. But if you don't know why this works or how this works, you're just going to like be like, why do you use fire paper and the pungent blood cocktail and the pellets? Just cause of reasons. And that's it. You know, you wouldn't actually know. Yeah, something like a cargo cult where you just see some people doing stuff in speedruns without knowing why they're doing it. Exactly. It's the same thing. Like you don't actually know. You've just seen it, so you try to mimic it and expect it to achieve the same end.
Last area, a donator decided to roast one of the guys on camera.
Agatrod says, I'll donate $5 if the guy with the long hair says, I make the best armor in all of Solheim.
Hey, after half an hour of just the second level, Cody's finally gotten through. Unfortunately, there are 10 levels in Halo CE total.
Just because I haven't practiced this game in like 2 years, this is pretty tough.
Then why did you agree to do it?
Dude, for real. He's like, yeah, I haven't tried this game in 2 years, so that's why it's not going well. Dude, you knew you were doing this. You knew this was part of it. Like, what are you talking about?
Runs now will pretty much just run past this entire opening. In every old run I'd seen before, they'd stay back here and take guys out, so I figured Cody would do the same, but he attempted to rush and completely failed at it. He then walks off a cliff by accident. Expert commentary here, don't walk off the cliff. But it's okay, because now he's worked his way back and ready to push through. He did it again. That wasn't a replay. He actually did it again. He dies his third attempt too, but at least it was in a conventional way. Progress. Around the 50-minute mark, the chat starts asking if someone other than Cody can try to play.
Bob the Champ, only Cody Miller will be playing Halo. No one else is taking the controller.
It's bad when the audience is like, can somebody else play? Can somebody take over, please? This guy's terrible. That's pretty bad. And I'm sure anybody else in the room that knew the speed run, then I'm sure there's a couple at least in here that are also Halo runners. They had to know. They had to know. Right? Surely. Like, it's so awkward. And they already know this is not going the way it's supposed to. He's almost an hour into the 2-hour run, and he has started the 3rd level out of 10. Like, come on. Come on.
LeBron King donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Keep up the good work. Off topic, but do you think there is a chance that Henry Cavill voices Geralt in The Witcher 4? Or will it be the same actor as 3?
Probably the same actor or a similar actor as 3. The problem is, and like I've done a couple plays with some union actors. So like I've talked about him before, but Jonathan Farwell, he was on Star Trek, Next Generation, and a bunch of other stuff. Like soap operas, commercials, all sorts of stuff like that. And I did a play with him called On Golden Pond. And very sweet guy, but talking with him, it was really interesting to hear that like he wanted to do this play for a small community theater, this On Golden Pond play, but they could not afford his union fees because they would have to pay him tens of thousands of dollars for rehearsal time, for the dress rehearsal time, for, you know, the union dues, all sorts of stuff. So what they had to do was they had to pay him, and then he, out of his own pocket, donated all of the money back in order to, like, back to the nonprofit, which he got a tax benefit for. And so it's just like money in, money back out, and it roughly evened out. After the union dues went to the union and then the tax benefit to him, it ended up being a net positive, or like close enough to a break-even point that he got to do the show and he felt like it was a cool thing to do. So it leveled out. But for someone like Henry Cavill, if he wants to do The Witcher 3, they have to pay him those union fees. Like, they have to pay that. And so it's extremely expensive to hire an A-list actor that has crazy licenses and crazy contracts and stuff. His managers, his agents all have to get paid. Like, it's just not as easy as, well, we'll just hire him and pay him a little bit less because he really wants to do the project. Like, it doesn't work that way. His team has to get paid what they get paid, whether he loves the project or hates it. It's just how it has to go. And yeah, that's assuming they do another, I mean, that's assuming Geralt is in the 4th game, which is not necessarily given. There's been a lot of rumors that the 4th game will feature a player-created Witcher, not a pre-written one. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, oh yeah, this is Hermione, by the way. This is Miss Hermione. And then the one sleeping behind me back there is Finley. So, yeah, anyway.
Meandering his way through the level, which isn't ideal in a speedrun, Cody finally enters the Covenant ship. In Halo runs today, there's a trick called Belly Skip that lets you skip this entire section as well as the next main room, formerly known as the RNG room. Even still, the belly isn't too difficult to take care of if you know what you're doing.
CDPR hired Keanu and Idris. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why, like, that's why if anybody could do it, it would probably be CDPR, but they just have to decide if it's worth the cost. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know if Keanu was worth the monetary investment. I mean, just the raw marketing that they got out of having Keanu Reeves in the game was probably very, very valuable. And Idris himself was phenomenal as a talent, but he also, I mean, it was an expansion. He didn't, you know, it's not like he was voicing a character for 60 hours of gameplay or something. Like Keanu. So
on Legendary, there's 10 waves with random spawns. Some of these waves will have gold sword elites, while others will just be jackals and or grunts. When playing on Heroic, like Cody, instead of gold elites, you get stealth elites. Cody gives himself a dose of copium by arguing that stealth elites, which have no shields, are actually stronger than gold elites, the highest ranking elites in the game.
In Legendary, those guys are gold, so it's actually, it can be somewhat more difficult on Heroic.
In the middle of all this, the stream receives a very special donation.
And person said hi to you, Goat Trope, donated $5 also. Thank you. Yeah, Goat Trope. Yeah.
Goat Rope.
If you don't know who Go Rope is, he's a Halo speedrunner who's been around since the beginning. Pulling this run in front of him is the equivalent of butchering the Star-Spangled Banner in front of Francis Scott Key. In the RNG room, there's 3 doors and you need one of them to open, except only the...
Like, what must he have been thinking? Like, I can only imagine. Again, like, it's just so unbelievable that he would agree to do this, knowing that he did not know what he was doing.
Covenant can open them. If you don't get a sleeping grunt spawn, you can try to bait him to lead into opening one, or worst comes to worst, you can start clearing the room to spawn more waves and run through then. Cody instead wanders back and forth for a couple minutes before realizing he needs to get more enemies to spawn, and then he dies. Eventually he makes it through though, and now it's time for the first major embarrassing trick screw up of the run. So you're supposed to do a grenade jump here. The grenade jump that I had always seen was like this, where you throw 2 plasmas, one high, one on the floor, and then a frag. This doesn't kill us because we pick up the overshield, and while the overshield is charging up, you're invincible. From the 2nd floor, you do another jump onto a dropship, then from the dropship, you do one more grenade jump to the 3rd floor. I found a run from way back in 2007 that did it this way, so I know for a fact that this was a strat at the time of Cody's run. However, I also found old runs that did this. This is from famous Halo runner Subwhistle. This is 3 plasmas and 1 frag to get you all the way onto the dropship. Cody does a weird amalgamation of this where he throws 3 plasmas like he's gonna do the dropship jump, but then he doesn't throw the last frag. The results are less than desired.
Oh, not quite.
Oh man, it's so uncomfortable.
Oh, damn it, I have to jump. You know what, we'll just do this normally.
Cody decides to stop trying. Not only does this mean he now has to fight all the way to the top floor, this also prevents another skip. After finding keys, you're supposed to fight back to the hangar and leave in a dropship. But if you grenade jump to the 2nd floor, the triggers in the hangar break and the mission ends once you kill the sword elites on the bridge. Instead, Cody just plays through the level normally while dying a bunch of times.
You don't need to press that button.
Oh shoot, I think you're right, I do have to press that button.
No, you don't! Hurry up!
Well, if you skip, the level ends here after this speech, because it gets screwed up with the triggers.
Yeah, thanks for telling us about the 15 minutes you didn't skip. Wait a sec, he got the ending skip anyway. He actually did a skip, even if accidentally. That wasn't supposed to happen, but hey, after 37 minutes, he finally beat TNR. We are so back. Oh my god, we're only an hour and 20 minutes through this. I have 3 more hours of this shit. Silent Cartographer is probably the coolest level in the game to speedrun and has been for a really long time. Cody actually knows what to do here. He's not good at any of it, but he knows what to do. Basically, you turn around at the start, grab this warthog, drive into the facility, and fling yourself through this door before it locks. Normally, you'd have to go to a different part of the island to unlock it, but with that and then falling off in such a way that we don't die, we skip a huge chunk of this level. Let's see how Cody does.
Get through it, but if you
go around,
if you
it's pretty slick if you see the high-speed Halo. It's super cool.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh nice, he actually got it. Let's see the fall off.
Oh wow.
Dude, it just keeps getting
Jack
worse.
donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you,
How
Jack.
excited are you for Henry Cavill's plans for a Warhammer TV show?
Oh, very excited. If anybody can do it well, it's him, because he's a super fan, so I'm very interested. I'm very intrigued.
T-Magic Reaction donated $4.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Go to Tools, Preferences, Control+P. Under Playlist and Instances, check the option that says Allow only one instance. If unchecked, check the option.
Okay. Control preference. I can do that.
T-Magic Reaction donated $4.99 through Super Chat. That says allow only one instance. If unchecked, check the option that says use only one instance when started from File Manager.
Okay, I just did that. And let's see. Oh, Miss Hermione can watch out. Let's see. Hey, it worked. You're a saint. Thank you. That's driven me so crazy. I don't know why or how it got screwed up, but it happens like 30% of the time when I open a video through VLC, and it just like creates a separate window for the video, and then the player is its own huge window, and it's so weird. I don't know why, but thank you, T-Magic. I feel like I should be paying you $5 super chats. My goodness. Okay. Let's do this.
Yeah, that skips a lot of levels.
Oh, you're right. My Apple Watch is locked.
Here comes the hard part.
Eventually he gets it, then after messing up the simplest grenade jump imaginable a couple times, he gets an active camo and is able to run back to the top.
10 seconds.
I've already messed it up.
That's where I'm from. You're about to log into this like right now. Doofus. It's maybe an attempt to trick. What? Are you kidding?
Alright, so this level still wasn't good, but at least it wasn't half an hour. On the Cody curve, this is a colossal W. Unfortunately, it's followed by maybe the biggest L of the entire run. Assault in the Control Room is a pretty simple level, especially back in 2011. So you fight your way through the first room to the bridge. From the bridge, there's a trick called Bridge Fall, which was the legendary strat for a long time, but now is only done on easy runs. There's 3 falls, the first one off the bridge, the second one onto a ledge, and then the third jump just to get down. The second jump is by far the hardest, and it's pretty tricky, but with a bit of practice it isn't too bad. If you pull it off successfully, no enemies will spawn for the rest of the mission, and you'll be able to drive through the rest in just a few minutes.
Well, that's
Cody
cool.
gets through the first room pretty quick, actually. Let's see how many tries it takes him to get Bridgefall.
I just love seeing all these strats involved. Like all these little things that people came up with to get around these checkpoints and stuff. It's so cool. This is 2010.
Whoops.
Oh my god, he got it. Now he just needs to fall off the right way. You have got to be kidding me.
What's the trick to not getting hurt?
A lot of luck. Very.
Just to clarify, it's not luck. If you do it right, you'll hit it every single time. The absolute best guide for this trick is from Nervy Destroyer. I'll link his video in the description. After several minutes of trying, Cody gave up, and instead of beating the longest level in the game in about 7 minutes, he now has to play through it in its entirety. And I have to sit through the entire thing. Hang on a second.
Yeah. Damn impressive.
Pro gamer stuff right here, folks. Why are you waiting for a Marine to get in? You're literally getting out right up here. There's a skip here I was hoping he'd know about. He didn't, of course, but you can actually hop on this glass and get to the other side early. This skip's like another 5 minutes at least. For Cody, it would have saved 17 minutes. Worth noting, Cody's time estimate for this run, the time that the event was planning around, was 2 hours. Now well past the 2-hour mark, Cody is still on level 5 of 10. After several failed attempts...
Again, like he agreed to 2 hours. He agreed to it. He agreed. It's like, to me, it seems like an actual nightmare. Like this is like those dreams you have when you are imagining going up and performing in a play when you don't know the lines, or like taking a test in a class you've never attended. Like that's basically what this is. And it's just so horrible. Yeah, everybody in the room is slowly leaving. Dude, they all have to know at this point that he doesn't know what he's doing. And he's allegedly, at this point, a world champion. Like, it's crazy.
Cody steals a Banshee you're not supposed to get. Then this happens.
You're not supposed to get it before you. That's what I thought. Oh, wow. Epic music.
He also tries to give himself a dose of copium.
The rest of the levels are so much easier.
We'll see about that one, Cody.
Going, what is this? What is that? Cortana, what is this? And that's the story.
You have got to be kidding me. He actually did it. It took him 43 minutes longer than it should have, but still, he actually did it.
What, 220?
220, right. Okay. Let's see if we can do it under 3.
Sorry, Cody, but both of us still have 2 more hours left of this. Thankfully, 343 Guilty Spark is a pretty quick level. The legendary world record at the time was 7 minutes 32 seconds, and Heroic, which remember he's now playing on, was only 6:17. And this level at the time really just had one not very hard trick with a checkpoint right before it, so you could try it over and over again. So this should be a quick one, and he's already going the wrong way. In the speed run, you're supposed to go left at the start. On runs now, we do a grenade jump, but back in 2011, they were instead doing this jump off a rock. Either way, that would have saved him a bit of walking in combat. An easy trick that anyone can do that he just doesn't.
Like, you don't have a chance.
Stop dropping the Magnum. So this part of the game is when the twist happens and the flood is revealed, and this is the reveal room. This level isn't very hard, and Cody, despite a couple stupid deaths, is getting through it. Really, the only difficulty in this one is navigating your way through the facility, which is meant to be confusing. But for an experienced runner, that shouldn't be a problem. Wait, where is he going? This is back the way you came. What are you doing?
There was grunts in the room before this one.
See, now I'm like actually legitimately lost.
You agreed to speedrun this game, and you don't even know where to go. And you just died, and now we're all the way back to the start of the reveal room. Oh my fuck.
Was actually manning the donation counter.
He just did a grenade jump to get back where he started. He actually made it to the shotgun room. We are so back. So after this elevator he's on now, there's a trick called camo jump or camo jumo, where we grab active camo, do a jump you're not supposed to be able to do, and then you can run basically to the end while camouflaged. After grabbing camo, Cody tries to grenade jump and fails horribly. He didn't attempt it again. Any semblance of this being a speedrun has now completely vanished, and everyone in the room looks embarrassed for Cody. After a couple minutes, he does finally make his way out of the facility, but the level's not quite over yet.
Yeah, we have let the games finish, so we'll be going on.
It just keeps getting worse.
Hey, I'm going.
Cody, you're over your time estimate by half an hour and still have 4 levels left. All right, we're through. As funny as him getting lost is, that could have been a whole lot worse. To start the library, Cody saves and quits and lowers the difficulty to normal. I will now remind you of this from earlier.
I would go to Legendary for the library.
Normal is obviously different than Legendary, but if I were running, I would still at least try to show off the Legendary speedrun strats when, you know, you're at a speedrunning event. So at the time, the strategy was to walk forward to get Guilty Spark to move up, do a grenade jump, run back to trigger Guilty Spark again, and make your way to the first door without fighting any enemies. Cody does none of this and instead opts to plot his way along in the most uninteresting way possible. He then dies at the very start despite playing on normal. And again.
I thought the flood had no one central nervous system, so they don't like...
Well, the headshot is actually kind of in the body, sort of.
You can't headshot Flood in CE, Cody. Speedruns of the library are actually pretty fun. There's a lot of cool grenade jumps and ways to get through some of the hallways, not to mention now there's flood bumping, but Cody knew none of this stuff, and this level was just painful to watch.
Dude, again, he's just a guy playing the game. That's all this is. Like, it's all it is. Luke called me an ambulance. I'm dying from all the cringe. Isn't it great? Isn't it just delicious?
One point he started running back the way he came, didn't realize it for like 30 seconds. He was also getting bad checkpoint luck, and there were a few times where he died, missed a checkpoint, and went back 2+ minutes. Pain. A little over the 3-hour mark, a woman enters the room before quickly making the correct decision to leave. I counted 7 deaths for Cody on the library despite playing on normal. I can only imagine the comedy that would have ensued had he tried it on Legendary. He gets out of library in about 25 minutes, which, all things considered, is a win despite being almost 11 minutes slower than the Legendary world record at the time. Unfortunately for Cody, the next level is Two Betrayals. If you played Halo C before, you probably know the disaster that awaits. Two Betrayals now has an out-of-bounds trick involving a Banshee that's cool conceptually, but kind of boring to watch, but classic Two Betrayal speedruns were actually insane. Not as much in 2011 as later years. The Legendary world record was still over 17 minutes, but there was a lot of cool stuff Cody could still try to do. Like, check this out. On normal, you can just slide down to the bottom of the pyramid and get in the Banshee while the Wraith is still shooting at you. Cody instead opts to slowly work his way down while killing every enemy at a moderate pace. Oh hey, there's a slide, and he died. And now he's back to the start because he didn't get a checkpoint. Nice.
Who's doing BK? That would be Truck.
He's Darkside Phil's nemesis.
Darkside Phil, now there's a blast from the past.
DSP even appears in this, man. He's everywhere. DSP attempts speedrunning, man. Yeah, I mean, this is straight up like what it is, yeah. Except DSP would have to stop, and then he would be like, where are all the donations? And then he would ask chat how to progress, because he wouldn't know. Yeah, pretty. You timed that perfectly.
So how about them Jets, boys?
How about that Julian Assange, huh?
Yeah, Julian Assange.
Talk about him.
At this point, they're desperately trying to find anything other than the game to talk about.
How many times can we say Chevy Chase within the next couple minutes? Because we said it
Chevy
a lot.
Chase.
Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase. Dan Aykroyd. Never ask again.
I can't do this anymore, dude. This room you can run past fairly
It's
easily, at least
painful.
on normal. Even in the footage you're watching, I got kind of unlucky with my Flood and Elite spawns, but still made it through mostly unscathed. Cody doesn't go this way, because why would he?
I'm so wanting this to end right now.
Me too, Cody. Me
I think
too.
everybody is. Yeah.
Everything was gray.
You just drove over a health pack and rocket ammo. Grab it! Check this out in the second reactor room. I'm just gonna throw a couple nades, rush in and activate this, which does take down your shields, then use a rocket and grenade to get back out.
The pulse generator overloaded. One more to go.
Nice, nice, nice.
That was at least kind of interesting to watch and not that difficult. You got this, Cody. He's slowly trying to kill everything. There's a new Banshee to his right, and instead he grabs the old one with health damage. You cannot make this stuff up. There's an old strat that I don't know how to do because we don't use it anymore, so I'm taking this from the aforementioned Goat Ropes GDQ run in 2014, which is my favorite run ever. You're supposed to do the rest of the level on foot, but runners had this strat to get a ghost through the door. And to be
That's
clear,
cool.
they were doing this at the time of Cody's run too. This lets Goat Rope drive to the end of the canyon to grab a Banshee, which he can then fly to the end with way quicker than if he had made his way on foot. Unsurprisingly, Cody
That's
doesn't even
super cool.
attempt the ghost trick and instead proceeds on foot. The remainder of the level takes him another 15 minutes.
I know you guys are hating me right now.
No.
I know you guys are hating me. No, no, you're good, man. You're totally good, man. Don't worry about it. It's so hard to watch, man.
Another 15 minutes.
I know you guys are hating me right now.
No.
This is one of the most awkward things I have ever sat through.
Someone, Cody, is trying to remind you there's a ghost somewhere.
Ask them where, because I forget.
By the shade turret.
Ask
Even
the
the
okay.
chat is-
No, this is straight up DSP speedrunning. He's asking the chat where to find the ghost so that he can get through the level faster. Like this, yeah, you're right. Wow.
Trying to backseat game for him. Okay, finally, we're free. So I was actually tallying how many deaths Cody had on that level, and he had, you know what, actually, instead of telling you, why don't I show you? Hit it, Johnny.
Yes. Yeah, I know what.
"21. He died 21 times in one level playing on normal at an event where he was invited to play on legendary. It took him over 40 minutes on normal when the legendary record at the time was 17:23. Anyway, on to Keys. Keys should have been the shortest level of the run. This is another trick that I don't know how to do because it's an outdated trick. Back in Cody's day, you were supposed to do a shield bump out of bounds at the very start of the level, from which you can then do out of bounds platforming to get to the Keys room. It turns a 20-minute level on legendary into a 3 to 4 minute level.
But why can't you do the shield bumping?
It's just extremely difficult.
Okay.
At this point, I probably don't even need to tell you that Cody did not do this or even attempt it.
You know what? I have no idea where I'm going.
Oh god, not this again. He's actually making his way through fairly quick, at least by his standards to this point in the run. You can see Cody's in a groove. He starts talking about Metal Gear Solid.
In Twin Snakes, suddenly Solid Snake is like straight out of the Matrix.
Yeah, that.
For once in the run, he finally appears comfortable, and rightfully so, because despite not doing the skip that would have made this the shortest level in the game, he gets through it in a little over 12 minutes, on normal. Once again, on the Cody curve, this is a W. Cody's told us a couple times during the run that he's pretty good at the last level.
Well, it's just the last level's all like it shakes away from.
Well, last level I'm good at, so no worries there.
Cody for a long time had the world record on this level, the Mob, which was thought to be unbeatable due to a glitch he seemingly pulled off that no one had ever done prior or was able to replicate. There are hunters that bash open this set of doors and the doors on the other side, and you can use them to get on top of the map. This is called Cafe Bump. In Anniversary graphics, you can see everything, but in classic graphics, you can't without some special maneuvering that they didn't know about back then. Cody magically gets vision, and long story short, now that we know what to do to get vision legitimately, we can say with confidence that what Cody did should not have worked. He cheated. At the time, this was just chalked up as a super lucky glitch.
Alright, so I think I still remember most of the tricks on here.
Let's get it, Cody. Show us how it's done. He already died. His next life, Cody attempts to do Cafe Bump, but again, this is before they knew how to get vision, so I'm not sure what he was going to do after, but it's a moot point because he was holding forward for some reason and died and got sent back to the start of the level. After a third death at the very start, once again he's playing on normal, he finally makes it to the bridge. Later on in the level, he doesn't grab a hidden overshield. Some would say this is because he didn't know it was there, but personally, I think he was going for a risky time save called No OS Hunter Hallway. Bravo, Miller. Unfortunately, he could have used the overshield because Hunter Hallway takes him down to 1 red. Normally in the reactor room back then, you do a small grenade jump up because it's a little faster and it can let you get all the reactors in one cycle without any waiting time. But because of his low health, Cody can't do this. He also walks up the wrong side, but at this point it doesn't really matter. After blowing up the first reactor, Cody falls off and has to walk all the way back up.
Oh my God.
Eventually he gets the last 3 and is able to get on the elevator and start the Warthog run. I would now like to flash back to a donation request on Pillar Bottom where someone asks Cody if he can stop to see the talking grunt.
$5 for Cody to kill the talking grunt on the mob.
Yeah, but you can't finish the level.
You can't finish the level if you stop to see him? Well, here's footage of me stopping to see the grunt and still completing the Warthog run on Legendary with over 1.5 minutes remaining. I will give Cody credit for this.
Solid, and then I still love the arrow that was pointed at us when we were driving.
Yeah.
The arrow that went like this.
He nailed that 360. And that's Cody's run, just under 4 hours and 17 minutes. His time estimate may have been 2 hours, and he may have had to lower the difficulty to normal, but that's still a finished run that unfortunately did a lot of damage to Halo speedrunning at the time.
Let's just be clear. Everybody's clapping that it's over, not because they're proud of you. Like, jeez.
Cody came back to GDQ the next year for a Halo Reach run that wasn't a complete disaster. Like, he did actually do a speed run, but it was still really slow and bad, and a lot of people thought Halo speedruns were slow and bad as a result. Combine this with highspeedhalo.net not being very well run, the Halo runs community was pretty dormant for a while.
You guys remember Adobe Flash? I remember having to update Adobe Flash regularly because most websites used it and they would just break if they didn't have it. Now it's like completely obsolete. That's a throwback. If you're too young to know about Adobe Flash, let me tell you what, there were some amazing Flash games back in the day.
With it just being a small handful of people who communicated through Skype and recorded records on a Google Doc. GDQ didn't want to host any more Halo runs, and they had to fight to get a good Halo runner back, but they eventually got Mr. Monopoly invited to the January 2014 event to do an amazing Halo 2 run, which, combined with the newly formed HaloRuns.com, successfully brought Halo speedrunning back to life. Then in summer 2014, there was also Goat Rope's CE run at the second GDQ event of the year, and later in 2014, the release of the Master Chief Collection, which had speedrun achievements and got a whole lot of people interested in learning routes for them and watching runners like Naked Eli. But yeah, Cody's run was really bad. It wasn't even that he was choking on tricks as much as he just wasn't good at the game. Like, even full path playing these levels should not have taken him as long as it did, and it's really painful to watch, especially after he lowers the difficulty to normal and is still sucking at the game. But if you are interested in watching good Halo speedruns, then the website to go to is haloruns.com, and for help doing runs yourself, join the Halo Runs Discord. All the tutorials and everything you need you can find there. And if you like this video, then click the video on screen to watch me go over one of my old personal best speed runs, which is still almost 3 hours faster than Cody's. I'll catch you.
Man, what a journey. What a journey. I mean, it's just one of the most honestly bizarre events I've ever seen related to speedrunning. Like, it's just, the guy knew he was not going to be able to do it and decided still to try to do it. And it's just shocking. Like, it's just stunning that anybody would agree to do that. Because, again, it's like agreeing to go up on stage and perform in a play that you don't know anything about. You don't know the words. You don't know the lines. And then it's like a musical, too. So there's whole musical numbers, but you don't know any of them. So you agree to do it for some reason, but nobody knows why. Like that, it's just no part of it makes any sense at all. No part. Hey, Miney, you're sitting in front of my chat. My dear, I can't really see anything. I can't really see. She's like sitting right in front of it. Is he still speedrunning? I don't think so. I think he went away. Oh, that's awesome, Red. Fajita, you gotta send pictures when you're done with it. I want to see that. That'll be great. Sorry, Hermione's sitting right in front of the monitor. Did he admit the splicing? I don't think. Well, let me be clear. I don't know if he ever admitted the splicing. There were a lot of things though where, like, for example, they show in that one where he's able to hop on top of like out of bounds in an area, but he can still see everything. And at the time, everybody was like, well, maybe it was just a one-off crazy rare glitch that he got, that he was just really lucky to get on camera. Maybe that's all it was. But it turns out it was actually, like, it's not possible with the game's code as it's written for that to happen. So they were able to demonstrate that technologically it just couldn't have happened. So it was achieved through alternative means, like hacking in a different way or using mods or something like that. Miss Hermione, can you scoot just a little to the left? Why didn't he just restart? The run was dead. So after that, like the aftermath of that speed run is that they made a rule at Awesome Games Done Quick, specifically stating the Halo rule, which was that if you go past your time, you are basically kicked off the stage. And they're like, hey, you tried, you didn't get it done in time, it's okay, but we're moving on to the next speed run, and that's that. But before that, there wasn't a policy like that. So there wasn't anybody to come in and just be like, hey, you gotta stop, you didn't make it in time. There was nobody to do that. So everybody was just sitting on the sideline being like, what do we do now? What are we supposed to do? So everybody just kind of went along with it. And, you know, it's early days. It was 2010. So they didn't have a lot of this stuff established yet. Hey, Miney, can you move your butt, please? Can you move your butt? I can't read chat. You're sitting in front of chat. Can you scoot just a tad? Don't bite me. Okay. In Zoya, I haven't checked that out. We can pull that up and talk about that after we do the Wonder Woman thing. Because I've seen some stuff. I haven't really looked at it.
Zach Michaelis donated $5 through Super Chat. Luke, did you see the God of War Ragnarok video showing glitches and bugs while in development?
I don't think so. I don't think so. God of War Ragnarok. Maybe glitches during development, or Midgard mishaps from 2 weeks ago. Okay, I'll pull that up. Okay, we can look at that. I have it pulled up. Thank you. I have that pulled up. Okay, let's touch on this real quick. So one of my favorite devs, just in terms of what they've been able to do, has been Monolith. Monolith is just crazy, crazy good. They are the ones behind Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War. They made some incredible games. And while, yes, they've been bogged down with extreme monetization and craziness, there have also been some other positive things to come from it as well. So like just the Nemesis system in general is incredible. I love the Nemesis system, and it's a bummer it hasn't been used in much else. But they are working on another game, specifically a Wonder Woman game that's been announced and that we know is coming eventually. We don't know exactly when. But some new information and rumors and things have come out. Specifically the Xbox Era podcast, there's some reporting of stuff that they've been told by sources about the game. So if we go through this, we can touch on it briefly. There were rumors, I believe 2 weeks ago, of the Wonder Woman game being a live service game because they were hiring somebody that had, like, the requirements were fine and were standard, but the, like, additional requirements or like, you know, in a job listing where they'll say bonus points basically if you have these skills as well, or you'll get bonus consideration, or we would love for you to also have these skills, but it's not mandatory, we would just see them as a bonus. They had like experience with live service development and monetization, blah blah blah, whatever. And so people connected that, said, oh well, why would they look at that as a net positive? If it was a single player game, it must be a live service game. seems like that's been shot down. There was some reporting suggesting that that was perhaps just, maybe a misconstrued interpretation of it, but basically Warner Brothers made a statement to IGN saying, quote, Wonder Woman is a single player action adventure game set in a dynamic open world. This third person experience will allow players to become Diana of Themyscira. I don't know how to say it. I don't watch Wonder Woman stuff. And introduce an original story set in the DC universe while also featuring the Nemesis system. Ooh, confirming it uses the Nemesis system. Boom. And they say Wonder Woman is not being designed as a live service game. Interesting. Just saying straight up, it's not being designed that way. That's not what they're trying. So that's cool to hear. It's pretty rare for Warner Brothers to come out, or anybody really, to come out and say, not live service. Like, just to clearly state, as I whack the microphone, I'm so sorry, everybody. As they clearly state, this is not a live service game. It's not what we're doing. This is a single player game, blah, blah, blah. That's it. It's not common for that. So for them to come out and say it, to me, says that they perhaps know of the toxicity surrounding the term live service. And I would hope so, because Suicide Squad has been bogged down by that same baggage. And in the latest marketing push, they are, of course, trying to bail on the tie of live service. They don't want it to be associated with their games. So makes sense. Anyway, cool to hear that they're saying that. They go on to say, from these reports from the Xbox Era podcast, according to Nick, the game currently runs at 30 FPS with the hope of 60. Specifically 60 coming in a performance mode. But they're developing it targeting 30. They go on to say, as far as overall visuals go, it's said to be much like that of Gotham Knights, but probably a little better. Okay. I mean, the art direction is more important, but they're saying roughly that of Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights wasn't bad looking. It just ran really poorly. So city density was terrible. Texture popping was really bad. Hitching was really bad. So as long as it's polished, I'm okay with it. If it looks like Gotham Knights, it's not necessarily a bad thing. There was some weird ambient lighting where like characters had a really flat lighting look to them, regardless of where they were, and the lighting in the environment. But again, that might have been performance related. They go on. Regarding gameplay, Nick says that the game features many of the same things other games of the kind have, such as enemy mobs, mini bosses, and regular bosses. There will also be chests and various loot drops for things like boots, braces, and torso gear, all with stats for the player. The invisible jet will also be a part of the game and used for fast travel. Jumping, leaping, and fast dashing feels really cool, like a good version of Crackdown. Like a good version. Not like Crackdown. It feels like a good version of Crackdown. The lariat feels good to use, works sort of like Spider-Man's webs, he added. You can wrap it around people, slam them. First announced in 2021, Spider-Woman. Where did I get Spider-Woman? I guess I connected those. I don't know. I swear I'm not high. The first announced in 2021, Wonder Woman is expected to release in 2024, though there's been no confirmation on that. As for whether we see it then, who knows? But if Wonder Woman comes out in 2024, that would probably line up well, because it looks like Wolverine is probably 2025. So they each get their own year. I think that's probably the best way to do it, because I don't think you'd really want to go head to head. But I'm down, and hearing that they're using a Nemesis system for this as well is also very intriguing. I love the Nemesis system, and I would love to see them use it again. So, like Shadow of War, that Nemesis system was already crazy. So imagine what the souped up next generation version of it is like. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. But yeah, I mean, the gameplay trailer is going to say a lot. And whenever they do reveal this, it's going to be, I think, pretty instantaneous. Whatever the reaction is probably going to be pretty clear. But I hope it's crazy cool, because again, the Nemesis system is amazing. It's amazing. And hearing that they're shutting down rumors of live service stuff is awesome. Whether that means that they don't also have like say paid skins and cosmetics and a battle pass for cosmetics, who knows? Maybe they do. but I would consider that live service, and hopefully they would too. So hopefully that would dismiss that as well. But who knows? I mean, we just don't know at this point. What's Nemesis system? Nemesis system is like, it's the same system that was used in Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War for the orcs that are like running around and doing stuff, and when you kill one, they can be resurrected, and then they get a feud with you, and they have all sorts of dynamically generated characteristics, and if they kill you, they get promoted to war chief, and then they have underlings beneath them. They're more powerful. So you can have like dynamic stories being generated between the player and these NPCs, generated dynamically through that system. It's pretty cool, but it's pretty much only been used in that series, the Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor. And then sort of a version of it was sort of used in like Assassin's Creed Odyssey with the mercenary system, but it was like a very low level bland version of it because they didn't want to infringe the copyright, because Warner Brothers also copyrighted or trademarked, I forget which one, the Nemesis system, so that it couldn't be used by another team. So yeah.
Pretty Ida is now a red flag. What game/series would you want to see the Nemesis system utilized for? Also, let's go. 6 months. Here's to 6 more.
Oh, baby. Thank you for the 6 months. That's fantastic. And as for where I think like other series it could go, I agree, like superhero games, it's a layup. I think it makes perfect sense because you can be fighting low-level criminals that fight their way up. I think another franchise it could make a lot of sense in is something like maybe I mean, it could work in a bully type game where like if you're fighting other bullies, there's different bullies in the community that are generated that have different like special abilities. Maybe there's one that's really good at trash talking and it's its own ability, and then one guy's really good at wet willies, and then this guy has like he's a goody two shoes, and so he has teachers that really love him and they don't think of him as a bully, so he gets extra bonuses to being detected by like the teachers that supervise the courtyards and stuff. Like there would be all sorts of cool things you could do there. Another one would be like LA Noire, where if you're a detective, you're actually solving crimes. And let's say there's like a murder that you're trying to solve and you get it wrong and the criminal gets away. That then generates a reputation and a relationship between the player and that character. And so then they go off, commit another crime that's generated, and they now have all sorts of extra bonuses and perks because they've beaten you once, right? So then, you know, if you take it to trial, there could be little perks where it's like got away is a perk, and the criminal has it because they got away once, and that makes them more difficult to convict because they can say, hey, they investigated me for another crime I didn't commit, and now they're trying to pin this one on me. So clearly this is corruption. You know, there's all sorts of really cool stuff you could do. Yeah, like a mafia game, and it would also work there. Cool things like that. Yeah. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of potential with it. I think there's a lot they could do with it, but it's pretty much only Warner Brothers that can use it, and Warner Brothers seems to only want Monolith to use it. So whatever they're working on is where it's focused. Just is what it is. So we'll see. Okay. Oh, it's a babe and a baby. Oh, a toddler lunch. Thank you. Oh, it's so cute. Hi, dude. How are you?
Say hi, Dad.
Hi.
I'm really grumpy today.
Are you grumpy today? This is Orion. Orion, say hi. He's a gooby. He's a goofy goober. I'm a goofy goober.
That audition I thought I just walked into on Saturday actually requires a video submission today by 5.
Oh.
So I'm trying to figure that out and how I'm going to record it.
That's funny. Oops.
Oopsie.
Hi.
Hey.
It's good to see you. I'm glad to have you.
So we went to the gym. The toddler gym, not the real gym.
Oh, the toddler gym. Good.
We got groceries.
Oh, look at Miney. Miney, look at the camera again. She like staring right in the camera. No, you're not? Okay. She keeps sitting right in front of the chat, so I can't read it.
But this is normally what I eat, so I just made you what I eat.
Oh, thank you.
That's what Lachlan's eating.
Dinosaur nuggies, and I forget what these are called, but
Those
they're
are
also...
Those are tater tots, but they are sweet potato.
Oh, sweet potato tater tots.
And I got Chick-fil-A sauce.
Ooh. Babe spoiling me.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
They're fighting.
The cats are being cute.
And we wanted to come upstairs.
Yeah, they might have to use the potty.
I did change that out as well.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you.
I'm just really cool.
Yeah, for real. Love you. It's like probably. Okay, the other one you guys mentioned was the new Sims competitor. If you didn't hear about this, there's apparently a new grounded, more realistic Sims alternative that's in development. And it's called Inzoi. Inzoi? I don't know. How does anybody know how it's pronounced? I don't know. How's it pronounced? I have no idea. Inzoi. I'm going with Inzoi. Let's see what this is like. I've seen like the pictures. I haven't watched the trailer. So it seems like it's just a full-on life sim, but it's more realistic than Sims. Oh, the frames. It's like a calendar system. I mean, honestly, this GTA meets Second Life meets Persona. I don't know. I mean, this is one of those things where like these trailers can look like a little more flashy, but in terms of gameplay, who knows? Like if it really is that you have a whole city with a ton of different careers available, then that's awesome. But if it's like you can be a barista, or you can be like a musician playing on the street corners, or you can be a fisherman, and like those are the careers, this game's gonna get old really, really quickly. Like these games are built and thrive or fail on the variability of options to the player when you're trying to offer a life sim, because if the life sim only has a handful of options for you to live an alternative life, it's not that fun. But if there's tons of options and scale, then that could be more compelling. The other thing is like, do you have one apartment option? Are there tons of apartments? Can you build and buy houses? What's career opportunities like? You know, there's a lot. Everything they've shown is really mundane. Excuse me, you're right. My food. Like graphically, yeah, it looks more impressive than Sims. I haven't seen anything that looks fun though, or that's like, ooh, yeah, I'd like to play that. I like to do that. Everything I've seen is like, okay, you can press a button and lift weights, or you can press this button and then go do yoga. Like, I haven't seen anything that really looks like I'd want to spend time playing it, you know? Okay, home builder. That's pretty good. Yeah, it looks really good for a build mode. I know a lot of people that play it just for that. Hold on just a second, guys. I'm getting a call. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. I accidentally turned my headset off, though. Hello? Where's my audio? I don't have audio for some reason. Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good. Everything's okay. No SWAT this time. Yeah, you're okay. Everything's okay. Yeah, okay. So house building. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. All the custom stuff. I know people that will spend dozens of hours just doing this. So I could see that being enough to compel somebody to buy it in and of itself, honestly. That's cool. Customize the whole city's weather and yeah, like again, it looks like a really flashy, more pretty version of Sims, but I'm just not seeing anything other than like the custom house building stuff that looks like it would actually be compelling to play. And some of these frame rate dips are bad. I mean, it's like some spots like that, it looks like it's going down into the teens, like low teens. So I'd be worried about performance for sure. Performance isn't that important for a game like this, for sure. But if the whole premise is that the game looks graphically really good, if the only way you get it looking graphically good is to get it running at 12 frames a second. Hey, Miney. She stepped on the keyboard. Yeah, like that. I mean, the response seems generally pretty positive. Families and relationships. That's what I love about Sims 3 and 4. Now imagine a post-apocalyptic version of this. Okay. Wait, what? Is this for real? I mean, this looks jaw-droppingly good. I cannot wait to get my hands on it. Everything looks insanely realistic. When is this available? Miney! God damn it. Okay, can you hop down, please? I know. Thank you. Thank you. You're just a little disruptive. Just a little disruptive. I mean, yeah, it looks more realistic, but I don't know why that automatically means better gameplay. Because honestly, like, nothing I really saw there made me think that there's compelling gameplay. So I guess we'll see. Okay. Next segment. Ooh, RPG Elitist, thank you. Thank you for the sub with Prime over on Twitch. Much love, my friend. Appreciate you. Let's see. IO multiplayer for this? Maybe. The day before is supposed to release the same day as Avatar. Thoughts? Will it actually release? I think it'll probably release. I think it's going to be a laughable disaster. It'll probably be super broken and nobody can log in and it's just a joke. But I think eventually, like at this point, they probably release it. It's already like a year or two late. So I think they just shove it out and it's going to be a joke. Okay. Somebody submitted this and said we should check this out. This is the God of War Ragnarok Midgard Mishaps 2 video. It dropped a couple weeks ago, but basically the premise of it is the team at Santa Monica Studio poured their hearts and souls into God of War Ragnarok and along the way encountered some unforgettable mishaps. For the 1-year anniversary, we wanted to share a few of the unexpected moments from development that reminded us how complex, challenging, and unintentionally hilarious making a game can be. A special thank you to the fantastic QA teams at Santa Monica Studio, PlayStation, and our partners around the world whose invaluable work helped keep these mishaps out of the experience we were able to share with fans 1 year ago. I've had the urge to go back and replay Ragnarok because it was so good. I might over Christmas. I just have the itch. But let's see. These are a collection of bugs they encountered during development.
This way, Kratos. This way. This way. This way. This way, Kratos.
Oh no. Oh my god.
You want some of this?
Be serious.
Knowledge. Truth. All truth. All the answers. We could find out why we're here, learn how to change.
Dude, so many of these are like actually horrifying.
Do something about it!
God of Dance.
funny?
Every agony.
Best of luck.
Another door. We'll have to check that one too.
Got him!
Well, that was something.
Dude, whenever I see videos like that, I'm always just amazed that we get video games at all. You know, like these things are so crazy complicated to get put together. It's just amazing we get them at all.
Atreus!
So,
Atreus! Atreus, to me! Atreus, now!
maybe we should get going.
Atreus, now!
Atreus! It's just amazing, you know? It's like The Last of Us. Boundary Break.
Today we are going to be looking at
There's a lot of these from
We're going
Sheezes.
to be looking at the game in angles and areas that you've never seen before. It's going to be pretty exciting, but first I got to say thank you to Speclizer, who donated all the footage for this episode. Absolutely Hercules to go to space.
Yeah, and like
out, you can see it's just
in this series, which again you should check out if you haven't seen these before, but they show like the behind the scenes or the off-camera shots to show you how this stuff works.
Causes Ellie's body and backpack to become invisible. Obviously, fans of Boundary Break already know this is to avoid any clipping. You don't want to see any of the character model in the shot. But you can also see how parts of the weapon are missing too, which is something that I don't see quite as often. If you fail this timed task where Jesse and Ellie are trying to escape in a car, Jesse gets shot and you have to restart. But here's what that scene looks like from another angle. An NPC spawns on top of the untextured block mesh cube, which it's weird that they use an actual NPC on top of the cube. It would have been much safer to assume that it would just be a floating gun like it was in Uncharted 4. In this flashback scene of Ellie and Tommy sniping infected, the bullet casings actually travel when you shoot for some reason. This is significant because the detail is so minute and also it's going at bullet speed, so of course you're never going to see any of this detail. Also in the flashback scene there's this bloater that smashes Ellie out of the wall. Now that bloater has a full animation running up the wall and pulling her out, which is something you don't normally get to see. And here is a zoom out of the whole flashback sniping scene.
Which apparently was supposed to be a lot bigger. This whole sequence was tied into a couple of lost levels where they were going to have Joel go meet his girlfriend and then he'd have to kill her because she was infected. And there was a lot of stuff cut from this sequence, which perhaps explains why it's so big. And maybe that's what this area is. That was the old cabin or something. I don't know.
Here's the scene where Ellie sneaks up and takes out the PS Vita girl, also known as Whitney. Now here's something that's really interesting. Whitney is playing Hotline Miami, and players can normally see this. But underneath the screen you can see the PlayStation Vita dashboard, complete with the PS Store and trophies and everything else. Here's Nora's death from another angle. She actually has no reaction to any of the hits. Here's the scene where Joel tells Ellie the truth. Here you can see where Joel comes from on his horse, but more importantly, there's a third horse hidden underneath the map for some reason, and it goes completely unused. Here's the hospital interior map loaded out of bounds from the previous scene, even though it's no longer being needed.
Yeah, because like right before that sequence, Ellie's walking through here, and then the camera cuts to her outside. And so instead of having two totally separate scenes, they have the hospital scene here, and then they just warp her over there. Like, there's so many cool little bitty things involved with this that's just crazy. Like, it's just wild how much detail is tied into all of this. Can I help you? She's like, where did you put the chicken nuggets? Where did you put the nuggets? Dad, I want to know. Do you guys like her nails? She has pretty paws on, which cover her nails so that her claws so she can't scratch stuff. Like her brother, and they're colored pink. So she has wonderful pink little nails, like a little lady. Like a little lady. You're so dainty. I'm going to try those out for my yeah, they do work. Sometimes cats will try to chew them off and stuff. But if you just put them back on once that happens and just are consistent with it, it should be fine. Our vet recommended them.
Distance with various other different environments. Well, the player can see the Space Needle building. Now this is far out in distance with various other different environments. Unfortunately, it is a low poly version. A more detailed version, which is also very hard for the player to see, can be found later.
Yeah, look at that. There's so many of these little things that a lot of players will just never notice.
In this scene, this is where Jesse goes looking for Tommy. And when Jesse jumps down from the ledge, his eyes disappear. You can also see some very broken animation. Here's what the lightning looks like from the player's point of view. And this is what the thunderclouds look like from another angle. The clouds are a few layers of 2D textures that appear when the lightning strikes. And over here is the edge of the detailed water.
And that's so cool. Because you're just like, you might...
Flashback scene with Abby and her father. And as you can see here, there's an unused 2D texture of trees underneath the map. There's also a purple block mesh tree left out of bounds, which also has a real tree inside of it. Now here's something that's really cool. It's
weird. But like with all these things, I like to ask myself, how did they do that? Like, how did they achieve it? So like, you know, with the lightning strike or the thunder claps and stuff, you might ask yourself, how did they achieve that? How did that happen? Because it's something very, very small, but you got to wonder. And it's usually like some of these very complicated or sometimes shockingly simple techniques just stacked up.
Distance here, you can see low poly NPCs, but they're not just any low poly NPCs. They are the NPCs that were used in Uncharted 4. It's great to see reuse assets from game to game when you can, and I'll never ever get tired of a good low poly model. It's actually surprising that you don't see too many of these in the game, to be honest with you. And here is Abby's aquarium flashback. If you take the camera close up, you can see where the seal spawns and despawns. Meanwhile, at the aquarium square, Abby's looking for Owen. Taking the camera well out of the bounds, you can see a random panel with an X on it. And what it's doing here, I have no freaking clue.
Weird.
Now here's a vanilla shot of the safe house that Abby returns to and finds the dead scars. Taking the camera outside of its intended spot, you can see that part of Lev's animation is hidden.
Makes sense though, because they would motion capture this whole scene on a sound stage with like, you know, PVC furniture here, so the actors would be able to see each other, but they would motion capture the whole scene, so it makes sense that you could actually see the whole scene play out.
And here's another viewer request, a zoom out of the scene where Abby is crossing the Sky Bridge, and let me tell you, this map is very, very big.
Yeah, look at that. Again, this was on the PS4. And still, The Last of Us Part 2 looks amazing. It looks stunning to this day. Like, I've been replaying a good chunk of it on the PS5, and it's still crazy, crazy good looking. And, I mean, you see these techniques, a lot of these techniques for far off foliage and forests and stuff are employed because of the PS4 hardware, but even still, like, the sheer level of density of all this is crazy.
Here's a hidden animation of the Rat King sneaking up on Abby. So now let's talk about all the sniping scenes with Tommy. There's a part where
Is he
Tommy's
actually
sniping
there?
Abby and Manny. And Tommy's model actually does exist in this scene, even though you'll never be able to get close enough to see him. And funny enough, the sniper glare is just a 2D billboard texture. And over here you can see Manny's death from another angle. Normally you don't see the moment in which Tommy kills Manny, so this part is completely off camera. In the scene where Tommy gets pushed into the sea by
What a
Abby,
boss, not even looking the other way.
you can see where Tommy goes when he falls. And you can also see Yara spawning with her mocap animation. It's nothing too impressive, but it's still something you can't normally see. Speaking of Yara's mocap, in this scene you can see Yara shooting Isaac with the mocap animation. It looks absolutely hilarious because the only thing that's being mocapped right now is the arm. Well, as precious as that was, I suppose now we can do a zoom out of the burning village. Here you can see the scene
crazy.
for Ellie and Dina's first kiss. And get a load of this. The lights are actually 2D billboard textures, and the depth of field blurs out the background, so the player would never know that they're not really lights. Also, Joel is sitting in the
Isn't that
background
crazy?
having a drink when Seth approaches Ellie and Dina. The player never...
But this apparently, I did see something about this. This apparently is because, like, if you tie the depth of field to the lights and the distance of the lights, then you can calculate how big the bokeh should be on each of these, which is what that's called when a light gets kind of depth of fielded out and kind of blurs out. It's a bokeh. So because of this, like a lot of depth of field systems in game engines are not actually very good at handling direct light sources to bokeh the light, and it causes all sorts of distortions and stuff. So what Naughty Dog did here is that they just used a simple blurring technique, whether it's like a Gaussian or like a box blur, I don't know. But whatever they did, they blur out the back of the frame progressively as it gets farther. And then they just put these lit planes always facing the camera. And then they also get slightly blurred. So they end up looking just about as right as they should be. But it's just one of those ways of kind of thinking outside the box. Like we have all of these crazy lights, but when we try to do the depth of field, the engine just, it doesn't work right and it doesn't look very good. So they're like, okay, well then let's just mimic it with flat textures. Do that. Easy.
Ellie and Dina. The player never sees this. Fully mocapped too.
I think a lot of this though is because they do the motion capture for the scene and then they decide what they're going to keep, what they're not, or they decide if they're going to change camera angles, or sometimes even just changing the field of view on the camera, changing it to like a 20 millimeter versus 35 can change it, you know, to change who is like seen, who's visible, and tweaking all of that. And so, you know, I think some of this, they capture the whole scene just because they want to have the flexibility to change it if they need to. But it is always really cool to see these remnants.
In this scene, Ellie gets caught by the Rattler trap. And over here you can see that Abby and Lev's models are the ones that are used and then swapped out for the Rattlers, which is so bizarre.
That
and
is
then there's
really
the scene
weird.
where Ellie frees the prisoners from Santa Barbara, and all their animations break and twist their bodies. And there's the scene where Ellie...
I'm trying to think of why they would do this. I don't know. Is the scene right before this with Abby and Lev? Maybe. I don't know why they would do that. Why would they have Abby and Lev? Is that not really weird? Like almost always with this stuff, there's a reason for it. Like you can figure out what the reason is and decipher it and it makes sense. But with this, I really don't know what the reason would be. I don't know, man. I don't know. Nate, by the way, thank you for the 5 Australian dollary dues. Hey, Luke, with GTA 6 reveal soon, do you think they will reveal a 2-minute trailer or a date announcement trailer or a teaser kind of like character model like a GTA 6? I think probably what they do is they release just like a maybe 75 to 90 second sizzle reel, just setting the tone, showing the map, establishing what the graphics are going to look like, just like they did with GTA 5 and Red Dead. As for whether they do a specific release date, I doubt. I would honestly doubt it. They probably say coming holiday 2024 or something like that, and just leave it open. That's what I'm expecting. It's because Ellie thinks it's Abby and Lev at first. Ellie hallucinates seeing Abby and Lev before she sees the slavers. Oh wait, you're right. You're totally right. You're totally right. Yeah. it's like kind of blurred out, and she thinks she sees them coming, and then realizes it's the slaver guys. You're right. Okay. I was like, I'd forgotten that, and so I was thinking that it's just them walking up, and I was like, why would they have those two models there? How would that make any sense at all? Why would they do that? But yeah, you're right. Okay.
Rattlers, which is so bizarre. And then there's the scene where Ellie frees the prisoners from Santa Barbara, and all their animations break and twist their bodies when they go off camera. And now we're making it towards the end of the game here. We got Abby and Ellie fighting, and here you can see where Ellie's knife goes when Abby smacks it out of her hands, stuck just below the water level in the void. Also, here's a mocap animation of Abby getting into her boat and starting it up.
That's not how you start a boat. It's interesting they have to warp it around so much.
And then for the final scene of the game, you can see Ellie's spawn location, and you'll also see that the house has an interior. This is something you never get to see. And while we take a look at that, I just want to say thank you so much for watching.
Interesting. Again, it makes you wonder if there were scenes inside that they cut or changed. So almost always is some reason for it.
Santa Barbara beach fight between Ellie and Abby is still loaded into the main menu. But okay, this is the pre-completion menu. What about the post-completion menu? Once you have the game beat, you get this main menu instead, and there's something hidden behind this camera as well, surprisingly. Over on this map, you can see that there's some rocks found behind the main menu camera, which, you know, you never get to see these. It even comes with its own little bush. Yeah, well, let's turn the camera back around and see what's in the front. You can also see Catalina Casino, which by the way is a real-life building located in Catalina Island. So since it's normally far off in the distance, let's take a good close-up look at it. Now, as you can see here up close, it's understandably low detail. You're never supposed to get this close. And also you can find some billboard trees off to the right of the casino. It's kind of interesting that they even have a billboard effect for something with a very static camera like the main menu. But the reason why they went with this is because they actually didn't know 100% sure where they were going to place the camera at the end of the day. And so by including the billboard trees, they could place the camera anywhere, and they'd be guaranteed that the trees would be following the camera position. Anyways, here's a zoom out of the map, and you guys can just soak that in as we kick off the beginning of the game.
That's cool. Super cool. So many cool little details. Yeah, this, again, the one and only Sheez's. I'll share the link once again in chat. Highly recommend you guys check it out. They cover all sorts of these different games that you know and love, showing different angles and stuff, and it's always super cool to see. Because there's always just so many little details tied up into all of this. Okay, we touched on that. We talked about that. Again, just for anybody that came in late, just so you know, Assassin's Creed Syndicate's being given away for free on the Ubisoft store. So if you want it on PC, there's the link. Just put it in chat. So if you want it, go get it for free. You just claim it. It's like super, super easy. Ends on December 6th, but if you want a copy of AC Syndicate on PC, it's free. Enjoy. Easy peasy. Okay, what else? We touched on all this. Boop, boop, boop. Close that, close that. Okay. Wow, we kind of blasted through a ton of stuff. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Abby looks more normal size when she's supposedly been starved for months. Yeah, yeah. The Game Awards predictions. I mean, I'm going to trust that Baldur's Gate 3 is going to take it, and as for everything else, I mean, it was a total toss-up year. I think pretty much everything else is fair game. Wouldn't be that shocked. RPG, I'll say RPG also needs to be Baldur's Gate 3. If they give best RPG to Starfield, I'll scream. I will scream and cry, to be clear. Waiting for the GTA 6 teaser drop. My prediction is Monday, December, what was it, 4th. I think that's when they drop the trailer. Some people are saying on the 1st they'll drop it. They could. I mean, honestly, with all this stuff, Rockstar can literally do whatever they want to do. Like, there's no limitation. They can just do whatever. So I think it's tough to predict what they do because they're not really that limited. But releasing on December 1st means releasing the trailer on a Friday, and that means that Saturday, Sunday, they don't get any of that natural coverage they would get from major, like mainstream media over the weekend. And so, because those places don't work over the weekend. So to me, it seems more reasonable to release the trailer on like Monday the 4th or Tuesday the 5th and let people make content for the whole week. And then Game Awards is on Thursday the 7th, and you do it then. I think that's the way to do it. But we'll see. They're going to do whatever the hell they want to do. Elden Ring DLC. I think there's a good chance we see Elden Ring DLC, a trailer and maybe a date, a release date at the Game Awards. I think that makes sense. We know they have a good reputation with the Game Awards, and I think if Jeff, I could totally see Jeff coming in and being like, so they are previous Game of the Year award winners, and today we're here to show a closer look at their upcoming expansion. Check it out. And then they'll have a splash screen that goes world premiere. Because of course they will. I doubt they release it before the Game Awards just because the Game Awards will suffer greatly in viewership. GTA 6 trailer maybe drops after the Game Awards. I don't think Rockstar cares. I don't think they care. Like, I think there's actually a decent chance that they drop it Thursday the 7th in the morning. That I would not be shocked at all if they did that. And then they just dominate all the discussion. So everybody's like, oh yeah, the Game Awards is happening tonight, but can we talk about GTA 6? Like, I think that's probably what happens. February release date for Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, I think they probably say like, you know, February. What's February? I'm going to go February 15th or the 22nd. But I think February 15th or 22nd, they probably drop the DLC. Oh, goodness. The Game Awards won't do that to paid world premieres. Yeah, I don't think that they would, like, it wouldn't be up to the Game Awards, to be clear. Like, I don't think the Game Awards has any say with when Rockstar announces anything. They do whatever the hell they want. If Rockstar, like, the reason I say I wouldn't put it past them to announce it and drop the trailer the morning of the event, or even potentially like an hour before the Game Awards or something really messed up like that, is simply because Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two Interactive, has said that they are always in a state of like fear of their competitors. They're always afraid and threatened, I think is the exact word they used. He's like, oh, we're always very threatened by our competition. And that's why they've remained on top, because they never get complacent. They're always trying to like push the boundary. But at the same time, that means that they see nothing wrong, I think, with screwing over other games if it means their game is set up better. Because it's a free-for-all. Who cares? Oh, Jeff Keighley's world premieres don't do as well because GTA 6 is dominating the conversation. Who cares? It's all about GTA 6 for them. So, and for most games, if you were to announce the trailer or release the trailer the day of the Game Awards, you'd be an idiot because it's going to get drowned out by everything else shown off. The one exception to that rule is like GTA 6. Really anything Rockstar does. If they release it right before the Game Awards, it still will probably be the main topic of conversation and trending after the Game Awards, and probably even during. A lot of people will be sitting in the audience tweeting about GTA 6 while the Game Awards is happening. They shouldn't anchor Jeff or there'll be no nominations for Take-Two games. Again, Take-Two can get away with it though, Because like you're gonna seriously try to say GTA 6, or in this case, like if we go backwards, like GT or Red Dead 2. Like it doesn't matter how much you dislike Take-Two. Everybody knows that game is worthy of the nomination. Ghost of Tsushima 2, maybe we get a trailer, or maybe Sony holds it for the summer and shows it there. It's probably a year out. Most leaks and rumors are saying it's probably 2025 that we get that. So I don't think we see it. Did you take your Dayquil? No, I am officially overdue for my Dayquil. So I needed to take my Dayquil at 1, and it is now almost 2. But we usually wrap up at 2, so I hope GTA 6 can bring some new features or gameplay innovations to the table rather than just being like GTA 5 again with nicer graphics. I totally agree. I mean, it's going to be, for me, the most interesting thing about GTA 6 is going to be seeing how they approach the tone and realism. Because on the one hand, I think there's a desire for realism that we saw with like Red Dead, where people really like the realistic stuff. But at the same time with GTA, it's not really realistic at all, or at least it hasn't been in the past. Like you can pull a gigantic minigun out of your back pocket and then put it away without it being visible, and pull out a bazooka and then one of 5 different assault rifles you're carrying on your person in your front pocket. Like it's never been realistic. Whereas Red Dead Redemption 2, you walk over to your horse and you have to remove the gun that's tucked under the saddle, and then it goes on your person. You can actually see it and it stays with you. And if you can't carry it on your person, you can't carry it at all. Like in terms of realism, they're very, very different. And my question is just how, like, which way do they go with GTA 6? Do they make it more grounded and realistic at the cost of that outrageous, silly fun? Or maybe they retain that silly fun in the online, but not in the single player. I don't know. Or do they like do kind of same old? I don't know. Best thing I heard was that they didn't want the game to be too big, and in the leaked interiors looks like a big focus and no more useless buildings, I hope. Yeah, if the big innovation this time around is that every building can be entered, I think that's a win. But let's be honest, it's probably not going to be like that. But if they do that, that would be awesome. Like full dynamic environments with the ability to go into any skyscraper you want. Like that would actually be next generation levels of detail. GTA 6 going back to the top-down gameplay. Kieran, for GTA 6, there needs to be a lot to do other than causing mayhem. Otherwise, it'll be little more than a graphical improvement. Yeah, I think like it's going to be interesting to see what they go for in terms of scope for the story as well. I mean, Red Dead was a 2-hour, or not 2-hour. Red Dead was a freaking insane, like 60 to 85 hour campaign, and it was one of the best stories in video game history, told phenomenally well as well. And so like, do they try to do that with GTA 6, or is GTA 6 more like GTA 5 and like a 25 hour story that's fine but isn't like anything that stunning? I don't know. Imagine NPCs in GTA 6 have daily routines. Yeah, they probably have something like that. I don't know to what level they've done all of this, but that guy whose friend is an AI programmer, he probably knows. He probably knows what's up. But yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. I think expectations are incredibly high. But in the past, Rockstar is one of the few studios where when expectations are super, super high, they somehow manage to meet them and sometimes even exceed them. So my hope is that they actually manage to do that again. And I mean, honestly, if they are able to just meet the expectations, it will be a tremendous success. That's all they need to do. Just meet the expectations. That's all they got to do. Exceeding them would be great. I don't know how they exceed these expectations, but if they just meet them, it will be probably the best game or most impressive game ever released. So yeah. I think the open world simulation AI will be overhauled. Rockstar NYC developer said that they've been doing a lot of research in AI, and Rockstar have made many patents. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And Strauss has also hinted many times that they see the future of open world games as tied up in AI. So whether we see that with GTA 6 or whatever comes after it, I don't know. But they certainly seem to feel like that's where the future is and where their efforts should be focused. So I'm also very interested. Hello, it's good to see you. But also shout out to Sean for the incredibly generous super chat. He submitted it privately, so we'll just leave it there. But thank you, Sean. That was very generous. We will call it there. My voice is starting to get a little thin, so we'll call it there. I will be back on Wednesday with the Free Roam podcast with the one and only Jor Raptor. It's going to be joyous. I'm very excited for that. And then as for everything else, I'll have a video going up on the main channel tomorrow that's going to be very, very interesting about a game that we've talked about over the course of this stream. But I can't tell you about right now. So we'll get to that, and it'll be interesting. Let the speculation begin on what that possibly could be. But thank you everybody for the crazy generous stream, the super chats, the memberships, the subs over on Twitch. You guys are amazing. I love you all dearly. You're extremely generous. Hermione and I appreciate it greatly, of course. Oh, that's a good cuddles. Oh, that's a good stuff. Much love. And as always, stay chill. Stay safe. Hug someone. I love you dearly. And I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses, everybody. Bye-bye.
Shout out to the chess club.